Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The Yao Mean of Revolution in World War III is here. Trump orders the closure of Venezuelan airspace. They will not allow that to happen. This is war. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. We got to get into this late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. Trump is trying to take attention away from the humiliation of NATO in Ukraine, Epstein files, and all that type of stuff. And he is finna take Venezuela to war.
All right, guys. It looks like it's about to go into motion here in terms of military action on Venezuela. We have Trump putting out on a social media post, and this is to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, human traffickers. He says, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention on this matter. This is like the only warning you're going to get before land strikes start. Anytime now, any moment, it's going to happen. He has gone on camera also saying that
he's trying to take away from the humiliation of NATO, from hundreds of billions of dollars being stolen by Zelensky, the small hat, and his little Nazis. Yeah, all of your you've been going to work for Zelensky and them. And now you're finna go to work for them to steal some more of your money while they fail miserably in Venezuela. But who cares? This is all a theft and a redistribution of wealth from our pockets straight into this.
The land strikes would actually be easier, and that it's all about to go into motion. Now, the military has been positioning for some time, and Hegseth put out a statement here saying that we've only just begun
going to jail
to kill narco-terrorists. So they're just getting started, and they're saying that this is to put pressure on Maduro to have him step down or to collapse the entire Maduro regime. They expect some pushback from Russia and Iran. And as they also said here recently, this is not just about Venezuela. This is about protecting the entire Western Hemisphere and running Iran, Russia, and China, all of them out of here, out of this neck of the woods. I would say that if
Trump can't run nobody,
Maduro falls and they get a puppet in place in Venezuela.
They want to run Russia away from Russian borders. They want to run the Iranians away from the Iranian borders. They're trying to run the Chinese away from the Chinese borders. They are trying to debo the Venezuelans around the Venezuelan borders. This ain't got nothing to do. This is empire doing what empires do, but they're going to fail miserably. But the rich elite who are hiding in their bunkers don't give a shit about them failing because they're going to steal your money. It takes money to fight war. Where they get the money from? Because U.S. government is $35 trillion in the hole. They flat broke. They don't got no money, the government. Remember that, but you do.
Venezuela, you're going to see action potentially in Colombia and definitely in Mexico. So at any moment now, this whole thing's going to go down. And again, like Hegseth said, they've only just begun to kill in terms of all this.
These people, cartel to kill all these people, loved ones in prison. That's what they don't understand. The cartels will order all their loved ones to get slaughtered in the prison. People, boy, these cartels to have these prisons shut down because they run those prisons, especially in California. But they run a California prison. They don't run shit in Texas. All the little white loved ones will die in the California prisons if they attack Mexico. Remember, I told you that. You're going to see real hostage situations with all little Johnny and little Billy and them who got those sentences in the California prison if they attack Mexico, because they allowed the cartels to seize those prisons. So Trump and them just talking shit. It's going to be a lot of hell in these cities that's cartel ran if they do go along with attacking Mexico, not Venezuela. Venezuela going to take care of itself. But Mexico going to have to fight an asymmetrical warfare and let the cartel make America pay.
Maduro, the time's ticking. I'll update as these strikes begin. And join me for the live streams going.
If they attack Venezuela, Venezuela going to sink them, going to hit them U.S. ships out there. That's just a fact. Russia attacked Ukraine, and even Russia lost some ships for it. So America better be prepared to lose some ships if they're going to attack Venezuela. I mean, if you're going to do it, be prepared for some of those ships to get sunk, though. You know, it's a lot come with that. A lot of U.S. sailors. Russia done lost hundreds of thousands of people. Russia lost hundreds of thousands of people fighting Ukraine. The U.S. is not ready to lose no hundreds of thousands of people fighting Venezuela. But that's what they will have to do. They're jealous because Russia done stepped on them in Ukraine. Now they want to play tough. No, to actually be tough, you got to lose hundreds of thousands of people in real war.
All right, so let's start with the big story that we're tracking and beyond at this hour. Tensions between the United States and Venezuela are increasing by the hour. The American President Donald Trump has issued a new warning to Caracas. In his post on Truth Social, Donald Trump has now said that the airspace above and near Venezuela should be considered shut.
That's illegal.
Amidst an escalating standoff with the leftist leader Nicolas Maduro. Now, Trump wrote on his social media platform Truth Social, and I quote him here, "All airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety." And this was a flight tracker view of the airspace of Venezuela after Donald Trump's post. Barely any planes dared to venture over the Venezuelan airspace.
That ain't because they're scared of what America is talking about. Even when any army that prepared to fight, you close your airspace so no airlines get shot down. Iran did this too. You close the airspace. So Venezuela just saying what y'all want to do. What y'all talking about? But this is Venezuela could strike the U.S. for this because people got to go to work. People have to travel from one state in Venezuela to another. Trump is saying no planes could take off in Venezuela, period. That's an act of war. And war is going to come from this type of talk.
Space. Now, the skies are effectively empty, especially when compared to neighboring Colombia. Just last week, the United States had warned major airlines for potentially hazardous situation if they were to fly over Venezuela. And this had led to 6 major international airlines cancelling their flights to the country, and Venezuela had retaliated by revoking the operating rights of those 6 airlines. But despite that, the skies over Venezuela remained relatively empty even before Trump's latest warning. The American President Donald Trump has reportedly spoken over the phone with his Venezuelan counterpart Nicolas Maduro. The two leaders discussed a possible meeting in the United States. And according to the New York Times, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio was also on the line during the conversation. Now, all this comes as the Trump administration is piling on pressure on Venezuela with a major military deployment in the Caribbean that includes the world's largest aircraft carrier. Washington insists that the military build-up is part of its campaign against drug trafficking, but Caracas has said that the true objective is actually regime change. On Friday, personnel unloaded equipment from multiple aircraft to the former Roosevelt Roads Naval Base in Puerto Rico. This included the CH-53 Super Stallion helicopters parked alongside 2 MV-22 Ospreys. An Air Force AC-130 gunship also touched down at the facility, which has become a key hub for regional operations. The 6 AV-8B Harrier II jets also landed at the naval base, another signal of Washington's growing military posturing near Venezuela. Now, earlier in the week, President Trump's top military advisor Dan Kane also visited Puerto Rico and met with the troops stationed on the island and on board a naval warship.
Puerto Rico should be ashamed of themselves. Trump said they look trash can. He didn't give a damn about Puerto Rico. They tired of Puerto Ricans. The people of Puerto Rico sitting there shining their damn shoes as they prepare the war. And Venezuela can definitely, they can hit Puerto Rico. I mean, if Venezuela go down, they should take the Puerto Ricans down with them for being bootlickers. You know?
Hello, everyone. This is Depends Politics Asia, and around 3 to 4 hours ago, as per this recording,
every state, every one of them island nations, them bootlicking, bootleg, shoe shiners who got disrespectful shit to say about us over here, FBA, and look at them. Shining master shoes preparing for an imperialist war. They can't tell us shit. Don't say nothing to us, house niggas. And I hope Venezuela give them a little taste of their medicine for being shoe shiners.
Donald Trump has posted this truth.
Those places.
Not that it's a truth or false, but it's on Truth Social. Every post is called truth. But the post, okay, by Donald Trump. He wrote, to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And this is an insane tweet or post, or truth. This has basically sent shockwave across X or Twitter, where I saw everybody is just going crazy, like anticipating some kind of invasion or airstrike from the United States on Venezuela. So this is actually breaking news, and so far nothing has happened yet. So looking at the flight radar, this is the current live flight radar situation. So let me turn off this. Oh, I can't. Oh no, okay, I can't turn this off. Okay, then I turn this off. Haha. So anyway, yeah, so the current situation, it looks like the airspace has largely cleared out. The planes, just now I was looking before I've started the recording. It seems like all the planes are private planes that is flying in Venezuela. So we can actually take a look at the situation right here. You can see this is a Cessna, and then we have this is what kind of plane is this? Oh, this is an airline, so not bad. There's still an airline that's flying. This one is an airline as well, so the southern part is pretty fine. The northern part, this is a small plane, and this is passenger plane. Yeah, so a few passenger plane is tracked by a lot. This is tracked worldwide. This plane, yeah, everybody's like tracking the situation right now in Venezuela. Another airline, another airline. So I think this is a cargo plane, right? Yeah, this is a cargo plane. So this is this second most tracked aircraft. This looks a bit like a private plane to me by the look of it. So this looks a bit private plane to me, private plane-ish. This is an airline, so they have brought the airlines up. So, but otherwise, for such a big country, there's very few planes. You can see next door in Colombia, it's crowded. It's super crowded. There's even a lot of helicopters flying all over the place. Yeah. So, but no, around Venezuela, air flights has basically, largely has shut out, quite a bit. I mean, Guyana have like equal number of planes than in Venezuela. In Guyana, it's like a middle of nowhere place. So that says a lot. And you can see, by comparison, Brazil is like super heavy. Everywhere else is super heavy. Like even you look at the Caribbean, it's like insane. So Venezuela, this is by comparison, is very quiet right now in the airspace. So I think people are taking the threat pretty seriously, I think. And I think some of these airlines probably they cannot cancel the flight. So that's why maybe they are trying to finish the flight as soon as possible. I mean, this is a small Cessna. Yeah, it's probably going to run. So maybe. Where is it going? They didn't say. So this is the runaway plane. So, yeah. Another Caracas plane. This is landing, I guess. So a lot of things happen. So this the situation. So far doesn't look like anything happening. If we look at the disposition of what is happening, this is compiled by open source intelligence. There are quite a number of people involved with this. MT Anderson, Intel Frog, VCDGF, SA Defensa, blah blah blah. So there are quite a number of LSIN help to build out this chart, which is awesome. I would love to do this kind of thing, but I'm one person, I have no time. So, but this is pretty cool. So this is the Southern Command with air and naval assets that's currently deployed, probably against Venezuela. And within in the Caribbean Sea, we have quite a number of ships deployed. There is an aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford, and it's a convoy, three guided missile destroyer, and then cruisers, two cruisers, actually two more. There's actually five guided missile destroyers. So landing ship, tank, and a auxiliary ship. So they have 9 squadrons of air wing, including 1, 2, 3, 4, four squadrons of FA-18, and then one squadron is electronic warfare. So I'm not sure if this is enough. There is also 10 F-35 that is deployed currently, if I'm not wrong. Where is it deployed in? Where is it? I just now read it. Like I forgot. Of all deployed to Puerto Rico and El Salvador. So there is F-35, and I believe in any real airstrike, or war, basically, or special military operation by the United States against Venezuela, the F-35s will be taking the lead, because they are the only stealth fighter that is hanging around. So, and then they will forward deploy the Reapers to hit ground targets, and we'll probably see guided missiles coming out from the B-52 and the B-1s, so which will be deployed from mainland. So there will be two squadrons each here, 2 wings. I believe the southern wing will be taking the strike first, if they ever do it, and then the second volley will come from the other wing. And a lot of Tomahawk missiles. So, and of course, there is also the amphibious group, the Marines, the Marine Expeditionary Unit, where they have their own Harriers. Harriers are not, I don't think much about it for them for now, given the kind of assets that's around. A lot of Ospreys, Super Stallions, Venoms, Cobras. This will be the landing force, but it wouldn't make a lot of sense to land forces in Venezuela. It's like a Vietnam on steroid, I would say, in a bit, given the size and the jungle. But the military, is it Vietnam? No. Again, how to say? The people, are the motivation of the people in Venezuela, really want to fight for Maduro is another story altogether. But so far, this is the kind of asset that we're probably looking at right now.
Revolutionary leader.
I have no idea whether Trump will actually go and strike and do a regime change on Venezuela. All evidence seems to point towards that, yes, Trump wants a regime change, despite he's supposed to be the peace president. So let's see whether he is peaceful or he will just peace on Venezuela. So we do not know. So this is the current situation, and very.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Daniel Davis Deep Dive. This is going to be a quick video. This is Saturday evening, but this is something I didn't feel like I could wait on. There's basically breaking news going on here, and a couple of different kinds of breaking news. One, there are 2 Truth Socials that President Trump posted today. One, I think at 7:43 a.m., and then one a little bit later on that at about 8:15 or 8:17, something like that. These 2 Truth Socials, these 2 posts taken together, illustrate why I am concerned that the president is suffering genuine cognitive decline and why it matters. And these two Truth Social posts put together, coming literally back to back, show why there should be a lot of alarm here. And we could literally be on the threshold, possibly within hours, maybe later tonight even, that there could be conflict in our own hemisphere with Venezuela. First things first, let me show you the first Truth Social post. This is one that was posted. I think this was the first one, if I'm not mistaken. This is the second one here. Yeah, but this is going to be an important precursor. President Trump today tweeted out, Truth Social out, because I have invoked favored nation trading status for the United States of America. Drug prices are falling at at levels never before seen, 500%. 600%, 700%, and more. No other president has been able to do this, but I have. This is also the answer to much less expensive and far better health care. Republicans, remember, this was done by us and nobody else. This is a revolution in medicine, the biggest and most important ever, the most important event ever. If this story is properly told, We should win the midterm elections in record numbers. I am the affordability president. Talk loudly and proudly, President DJT. Okay, it doesn't take much of a mathematician to realize that's an impossibility. Math doesn't work that way. If you have 500%, 600%, 700% off of something, then that means that, let's just say that there was some medication that would cost you $100 per month, and he's going to give you 500% off. That means you're going to be paid $500 to get that $100 bottle of medicine. You see, that's impossible. Everybody knows that. Now, you might be tempted to say, well, this is just Trump. He's just being exaggerated. He's being hyperbole. No, you can't say. He's been doing this for months. And sometimes it's wildly 1,300%, 1,200%, 600%, 400%. Numbers are all over the map. Nobody mistakes a percentage off of something that's good, a good percentage off. I mean, just look, Black Friday, right? Black Friday was just yesterday. Everybody's looking at all these Christmas deals. Everybody knows what a percent off means and what that translates into in terms of what the actual price would be. You have never seen in your lifetime anybody promote and advertise that they have 500% off, because it doesn't exist. And we have to ask the question. This is genuine and legitimate. What does the president think? Does he not understand that that's the case? And listen, this hasn't been going on the entire time he's been in office. Let's look at a couple of other things here real quick. Let's see. Let's go first of all to, I think it was May. Let me pull up the right one here. Let's see. Had it right in front of me. There you go. I think it's this one right here. Yeah. So this was back from May of this year, where they were fact checking Trump's claims that prescription price drug prices could drop almost immediately. And in this, he says prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices would be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. Okay. So that's what he's saying in May 2016. Now, this article goes on to say, we'll examine the reality of that and how hard it would actually be to get, 20 to 80% off. That's a really sizable measure, and great if he can make it happen. That's terrific. But that's in the reason that's reasonable. That's something that's attainable. You can actually do that. There's been lots of complaints that our prescription drug prices have been radically overpriced for many, many, many years. And so terrific if he's doing that. If it's going to make it come down, that's great. So that's back in May. Then earlier this month, let me pull this one up here. This is from November. Now in November, the White House, again, this is the White House published this on November 6th. So just earlier this month, President Trump is saying we are going to, this agreement represent a historic reduction in prices of Americans on two drugs with the highest annual expenditures in the United States. And they go and they give an example. They say the prices of Ozempic and Wegovy, if I'm pronouncing that right, will fall from $1,000 and $1,350 per month, respectively, to $350 when purchased through Trump RX. So again, when you calculate that out, that's roughly 75% off. So about 25% of the price here is what he's claiming his new plan will do. Okay, that's also theoretically possible. Great if you can do that. That's good for every American. But then you can't come back and say, and actually both before and after that, and let's go back to that True Social. I don't want anybody to be confused by, this is not anything that I'm personally saying. Here he goes, 500%, 600%, 700%. Again, let me ask you, have you ever in your lifetime heard of any adult say that something is going to be 500% off, any number above 100%? Because 100% means it's free. It's 100% off. That means it's free. Then you know that by that means, and of course, people have been saying this for a long time. People have been talking about this because he's been doing this for months. And the fact that he's going back to it, maybe the first time he said it was an accident, it was a mistake. I don't know. He just wasn't thinking clearly. I can't even imagine it's possible that his staff did not tell him, sir, you can't say that because that's not possible. It's mathematically impossible. So let's don't say that. Let's keep it at what this press release said. Let's keep it at the 20 to 80% level. That would be great for Americans. Let's just stick with that. I can't imagine that they didn't say that. It's certain that they did. But the fact that he goes back and says this again, you have to say, what is going on here? There is a real problem here. This is a cognition issue. And it's one thing if you just say, well, it's weird. I can grant you that, but I don't understand why he's doing that. But whatever, we'll just move on. And I understand you'd say that because you lie, especially those who like him. You don't want to be true what your eyes are telling you. You don't want to be true with the ramifications and the implications of what you're seeing with your own eyes are telling you. But let me show you why this is so important here, because the tweet right before that was this one here from this morning. To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I mean, we can talk about some of the details of this, but I mean, you know, nobody signs their tweets or True Socials. It's your account. Everyone knows who you are. But the fact that he keeps going back over and over and putting his name on there like someone wouldn't know who this was, that by itself is odd. But okay, it's just odd. But this other issue here, this is saying consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety, given the fact that I have been telling you for a couple of weeks now, several weeks, that there has been a large flotilla of American naval power, many weeks in the area, that some of it's right off the coast of Venezuela, that there's been at least 2 dry runs of B-52 bombers flying over space, flying over right near Venezuela. We know that President Trump has already announced that he's given CIA authorization to operate on the ground inside of Venezuela. It's an open secret, if you even want to call it that we're seeking regime change. Let's be clear on something here. There is no legal authority to conduct a regime change against another country, period. We've gotten in trouble so many times in the past, not the least of which was Iran in 1953, and several other places, Australia. Not many people are even aware that that was the case. We once tried to overthrow the government in Australia. But we tried to do it. It's been covert operations. To my knowledge, this is the first time we've ever just openly declared, yeah, that's what we're going to do. And there's not even barely any fig leaf attempt to cover it over. There is nothing in the U.S. Constitution that allows the President of the United States to unilaterally, on his own authority, just decide he's going to take the leadership of another country out. You can say, oh, he's a drug dealer. You can write a piece of paper and say, oh, I declare him to be the leader of a cartel. I declare that he is not legally elected. That doesn't change any of facts. There's lots of people. Listen to me. There are lots of countries around the world that we question the validity and the legality of their elections. There are a lot more countries that are doing things about illegal drugs, and certainly a bunch of other countries in the region that are a much higher threat of illegal drugs coming into the United States than Venezuela. So that's a fig leaf on every account. But most importantly, it is illegal. It violates the U.S. Constitution because it says only the Congress can take us to war against another country. And no matter, you can't just wordsmith this and say, oh, well, this isn't a war. This is just an operation. It doesn't work like that. You're using military power, lethal military power to accomplish a political end. Ergo, it is a war. Now, in case anybody is still uncertain, the 1973 War Powers Act made it even more clearly. You cannot introduce armed forces where lethal operations are imposed unless there is a declaration of war, a specific congressional authorization, or we have been attacked. None of those things exist. So there is literally no justification. And Lindsey Graham can say all day long he thinks it's a good idea. John Bolton, oddly enough, who's being accused of crimes by the Trump administration, also really agrees with this. He tried to help this happen in a non-lethal way in 2018. And the first Trump administration utterly failed. That was a disaster. And now then there's so many people saying, yes, let's go ahead and go. And obviously the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is all about this. It is illegal. And when you have a president that is losing cognition, and I've done a whole show on this several times. I've been talking about this for many months here, but we recently did a show with a professor from Johns Hopkins University, and he laid out the science behind why the evidence says that there is serious concern. Many others in Congress even are in the last few days have been calling, release the results of that MRI that happened. What was being examined? Why? What were the results? People are now calling openly for that. So definitely we're not the only ones here. But you need to understand there are some real issues here. And when you have somebody who's not completely in control of their cognition, and they have not just the nuclear codes, but then also the command authority on to when to send us into a war, he's obviously not going to be concerned with whether it's legal or not. These operations in the Caribbean are already illegal. And as the Washington Post was covering yesterday and today, and we covered earlier in another video, you can go see it, it's on our video tab, about how the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is reported by the Washington Post to have given authorization to kill everyone. And whether he gave the second order or not, who knows? That's why we need an investigation. And by the way, one other thing here, let's just show you here. This is kind of an update from that. There's information out this morning that some of the senators from the Armed Services Committee are saying, hey, we need to do an investigation here. And so Senate Armed Services Committee Chair Senator Roger Wicker, Mississippi Republican, and SASC member Senator Jack Reed, a Rhode Island Democrat, are saying that they want vigorous oversight and they want to know what's actually going on. So good on them for that. I'm happy that somebody's finally looking into this. But listen, this is a serious issue here, that the President of the United States may be losing cognition and now may be taking us into an illegal war, and God only knows where this can go. I know a lot of people think it can go quick and simple, like in Panama with the President Reagan and President Bush back in the day, how they took us into a couple of operations there. Nice, quick, clean, easy out. This is not that case. This is not Nicaragua. This is not Panama. These are very, very different situations here. And the conditions are very, very different too. And there's an argument that those were also illegal, by the way. So nobody's given a pass to them either. But this one is even more egregious. So this is something that we need to be paying a lot of attention to. And listen, we need some clarity here. We need to know what's going on. The American people need to go on. And if we're going to be taken into war, it better be for a reason where it's the last course of action. And we're going to be attacked otherwise. But we dare not become just another thuggish country that's going to use power and force to compel compliance with what we want. It will take somebody out if we don't like them. That is un-American. And it is illegal, and it violates the Constitution and the spirit of our country.
That's what we've been doing far too long.
Thank you very much, folks. That was just a short one here, but wanted to alert you to what was going on.
Trump falling for a trap. That BRICS done set for him. China and Russia done set a trap for him. He's stupid. And as soon as he attack anyone in Venezuela, China, Russia, and the BRICS nations, they're going to sanction the U.S. Remember I told you that. Just like Russia got sanctioned for what they said was illegally attacking Ukraine, which wasn't illegal, but they didn't want to hear the excuses. What they said, a big nation cannot pick on a smaller nation like the U.S. trying to do. Donald Trump finna sink the U.S. economy, because if they attack Venezuela, not only are they going to lose their war, they're going to lose it, but it's going to be the end of our economy, because we're going to get sanctions put on us. China can do exactly to the U.S. what the U.S. is doing to Russia. That's a fact.
Donald Trump says the airspace above Venezuela is to be closed. The U.S. president is stepping up his feud with Venezuela's leftist leader, Nicolas Maduro, over alleged drug running through the Caribbean. With a U.S. task force already in the region, Trump has previously said land operations will begin soon against suspected Venezuelan drug traffickers.
U.S. warships appear to be gearing up for action against Venezuela off the coast of Puerto Rico. 15,000 U.S. soldiers are now stationed in the region. There are also 15 U.S. naval vessels off the Venezuelan coast, including the United States' largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, which can carry up to 90 planes. On the streets of Caracas, uncertainty is making people wary.
We are all afraid, but we must continue with our lives. What else can we do? If we stop, we will achieve nothing. We have to move forward and act like nothing is happening. That's the truth. Tension? Yes, there is tension. It feels like a tense calm, where you know something could happen, but you don't know when.
Life goes on, but with a lot of crisis, a lot of problems, and few solutions. This has led all of us to the situation we are in, with parents here alone and children abroad, only seeing them on video to check in. I don't know how this situation in the Caribbean will end or how it will be resolved.
Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro says his position hasn't changed and that he is willing to engage in face-to-face dialogue with Donald Trump.
Peace will be my haven, my greatest desire, my hope. To say it is our victory, and peace will continue to be our victory, achieved through our own efforts.
But Maduro also stresses that Venezuela is prepared to defend itself, with Trump warning that the US will soon target suspected Venezuelan traffickers on land. Maduro's armed forces may well be put to the test.
And for more, let's bring in journalist Alvaro Algarra, who joins me from Caracas. Good to have you with us. So Donald Trump warned of the closing of Venezuela's airspace on Truth Social. He also says ground operation will be imminent. How have Venezuelans reacted to that?
Hello, greetings from Caracas, Venezuela. This Saturday, here is a lot of tensions among the Venezuelan population due to what might happen in the coming hours following President Trump's statement. Millions of people cannot travel, cannot come to the country, and we don't know what might happen in response to these warnings. President of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, asserts that given the United States government continue attacks in the Caribbean and its attempts to destabilize Venezuela, the Venezuelan people reaffirm their call to peace and an end to the threats against the united people with considerable power in the streets. He also stated that while the United States government seeks to rule the world with weapons and threats and to bomb and invade the nation like Venezuela, here we'll find a determined people with remarkable...
A fucking hypocrite that even his own MAGA is through it. He done totally ruined, and he don't give a fuck though. That's the type of sucker he is. He don't give a shit about that. He jumped ship and got probably 20, 30 billion from the Saudi. Man, Trump probably worth $100 billion. I ain't gonna lie. Trump probably worth $100 billion off the books right now. He did the biggest shakedowns and scams historically. And this one right here, the Golden Goose, to steal the world's largest oil reserve, which they're not gonna get it. But they're gonna try. But for this clown to say he didn't like unnecessary wars, blaming Bush, blaming Obama. Obama didn't do this. Obama wasn't this crazy. This reckless.
Remarkable popular military and police united, and with the courage and determination to defend the homeland and achieve lasting peace.
Right. So you say that most Venezuelans there are determined to defend their country, but Venezuela's opposition is welcoming what many say is Trump's attempt at regime change in Venezuela. How common is that sentiment among the people you've talked to?
Okay, people in Venezuela have avoided talking about politics, but at the same time, there is a lot of anticipation about what might happen in the coming hours and these days.
The majority of the people in Venezuela love the Venezuelan revolutionary government, which pulled the majority of them out of poverty, made sure the poor people, not the boule Venezuelans, was eating and having things. Long live Hugo Chavez. Made his legendary name live forever. Maduro is only following the legacy of the great Hugo Chavez. What was Hugo Chavez saying? Well, he wasn't peerless and had a lot of respect for Afro Latins and always like Castro, our legendary, heroic, revolutionary OG, made sure that black people would show respect because he knew they wouldn't have a chance without us. And that's why Castro always sent Cubans to die in Africa for the Africans, because he knew it was up to him to hold the revolution alive. And when Castro was alive, he was the leader of the revolution. Not the Russians, the Soviets. They just had the power but Castro was the one leading the goddamn way. That's a fact. And all of us can be lucky Castro didn't have nukes, because when the Cuban Missile Crisis happened, Castro begged Khrushchev to nuke the U.S., and Khrushchev didn't have the nuts.
Days in the country, given the amount of information coming from abroad. People go out and work to survive. Remember that the salaries in the public sector are approximately $4 or $5 per month. And the main issue is the economy, which affects many. Protests have taken here in Venezuela. There is more than 800 people arrested for political issues. And it no longer depends on them. It depends of the government in this case, of the United States of America.
Now, as Venezuelans are bracing for whatever might happen next, how are the country's neighbors looking at this conflict and where it might head to?
Monica, there is a lot of tension on the streets, but I repeat, people don't talk to evitate to go to jail talking about politics. Remember, there has been 27 years this government, so anything could happen. Remember that in Maria Corina Machado, it's on clandestinity. We had elections here, and they never showed the results. And the candidate had to leave the country. So it's very difficult for the people here to talk about politics, even to the journalists. Remember, there is more than 30 journalists in jail. There is more than 100 or 200 journalists out of the country because they spoke sometime about politics. It's very difficult, Monica, these times. So
I respect that, Alvaro Algara, and thank you so very much for taking the time and speaking to us here on DW. Journalist Alvaro Algara in Caracas. All the best to you.
The American president is saying that the land operations in Venezuela are going to begin soon in what he describes as a war against drug trafficking. Donald Trump also is imposing an air blockade on Venezuela, and he's looking to, that's it now, start a war with Venezuela. Why is he doing that? Well, the American forces army attacked a ship going from Venezuela in what they described as a drug smuggling operation, and they killed everyone who was on that small boat without verification, without proving that they had anything, without identification, nothing whatsoever. They said anyone who had traffics drugs were going to kill them. And now he is talking about Venezuela, an actual war. We're talking about war, ladies and gentlemen. This is something very big. But in this video, I'm going to have two parts. The first one is to bring a little bit of a background about the reality of drugs and the United States administration and the intelligence agencies and very powerful bodies within the government, the federal government, and how they don't go to wars against drugs, but they do go to wars for drugs. I'm going to give you several examples. The second part is going to be about potentially the real motives behind Trump going to Venezuela. But let me give you a bit of a background. The United States several times warned the leaders of Venezuela, whether it was previously Chavez and then Maduro, because Venezuela is, of course, the country with the highest reserves of oil in the whole world. And of course, the United States imposed embargo, sanctions, several coup attempts that failed previously. They recognize these puppets all of a sudden as presidents. They give Nobel Peace Prizes to these random people who pledge allegiance to Israel. Hello, coincidence. And they've had problems with Venezuela for a very long time. Typical American arrogance and greed from the authorities, because they want to subjugate other countries and steal their wealth and force them into this system that the United States has. But now Donald Trump is escalating with them, and it's all about drugs. And what I'm going to do today is give you 10 examples, maybe a little bit more, about the exact opposite, about how the United States went to...
Revolutionary salute to our queen. Faith speaks for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, queen. Salute.
wars for drugs and went to wars to bring drug cartels and drug lords into power. Let's begin with this one over here. In this case, we're talking about the Laos case. The United States and the Air America and the Laos opium pipeline in the 60s, in the 70s. Now, in the Vietnam War, the CIA ran a covert air...
Crazy. It's Trump today. This is why a lot of Latin Americans pissed. Trump just pardoned one of the presidents. I think I got one of them videos lined up for us. But one of these Latin American presidents who was actually drug trafficking heavy narcotics into, it might have been Peru, heavy narcotics into America. Trump just pardoned that man. Pardoned the dude who was doing what he's saying he gonna do World War III for. That's why the hypocrisy people is tired of. And they go, this is even something he really want to do. He's definitely money hungry, but they all so corrupt. They all so crooked, and they all been they all on the Epstein files, where they got to do exactly what the small. Only people who win from this is the small hats, because they control world finances.
Airline called Air America. Officially, it transported supplies for the fight against communism, as the United States described. But historians like Alfred McCoy documented that Air America flew in and out of regions controlled by opium-producing Hmong allies, knowingly enabling the trade. The CIA denies it trafficked drugs, but mountains of evidence shows its allies absolutely did, and the agency looked the other way. That's just the first example for you. The second example, we will go this time to.
It's the Honduran president, Juan Hernandez. That narco drug trafficker make Pablo Escobar seem small. He was in federal prison for really pushing it to the limit, like he the real Rick Ross. Trump just pardoned him today.
Opium and the post-colonial rule in Vietnam, and how the United States participated with that too. The United States, with certain French connection, had allies in Indochina. And one of those, of course, the main bodies was the CIA. We're talking about the 50s and the 60s, before Air America. French intelligence and Corsican mafia groups controlled the heroin trade out of Vietnam. The CIA's anti-communist strategy helped these same networks maintain power. And we're talking about direct participation here. They try and cover things up to show that they're not running it, but in effect protecting the drug runners, protecting the people who participate in this campaign, give them money, fund them, and their leaders operate for them in many cases. Of course, they try and cover their backs as much as possible, but several investigations and people and everything to do with evidence came up, including inquiries from the American government itself, proved the exact opposite. The next one is none other than Nicaragua and Central America, excuse me. One of these examples here is the Contras, the Nicaragua Contras, and several books were published and studies about it. One of them was from Peter Dale Scott. The Contras fighting the Sandinistas had multiple commanders involved in cocaine trafficking. A 1989 US Senate investigation, which was called the Kerry Committee Report, confirmed this and confirmed that US agencies were aware. Again, the CIA did not directly run the operation, but invisibly controlling and partnering with the people who did, knowingly. That's the third example for you. Now let's go to the fourth example. The fourth example is, again, we're talking about Central America and Latin America, Nicaragua, with the LA crack cocaine allegations. Gary Webb, this time, revealed that Contra-connected drug traffickers played a key role in bringing cocaine into American cities in the 1980s. Official investigations didn't blame the CIA directly for the crack epidemic, but they did confirm that CIA-linked Contras were trafficking, CIA failed to act, and CIA protected sources despite DEA warnings. This was a massive case at the time, undeniably one of the biggest cases, when the United States was pretending, and we're going to get to that era, that it was having a war on drugs. Then you know someone named Manuel Noriega. I'm sure you've heard about Manuel Noriega, a dictator. Did you know that he was a very good friend of the CIA? Did you know that he was a CIA asset? Manuel Noriega, a long-time CIA asset, was simultaneously collaborating with the Medellin cartel. Escobar, ladies and gentlemen. The CIA funded him, trained him, used him, even while he facilitated millions of dollars of cocaine trafficking. Only when he stopped serving the US interests, he became the bad guy. The United States started saying, oh, Manuel Noriega is bad, he's no good, and you know, the typical games that the United States plays. Then we have a very interesting case about the Mena Airport. The Mena Airport was a case that was very famous in the 1980s with a man named Barry Seal, who was a pilot tied to both the DEA and the CIA, and, helped run cocaine shipments connected to Contra resupply operations. Investigations at the time confirmed that the SEAL used the Mena Airport. CIA-linked operatives were active there. Oversight was almost non-existent. But again, you know, here with this situation, the full CIA involvement was never proven, but there were too many signs. The smoke was thick enough to suffocate the entire state. Okay? That's with the Mena Airport, Arkansas, which leads us to, and by the way, at the time, we were talking about the war on drugs. Do you remember the war on drugs led by Ronald Reagan? He was talking about the war on drugs when the CIA was running all of these operations in Latin America, Central America, all across the world. Cocaine, heroin, all of that. The United States. And the president was saying war on drugs, war on drugs, war on drugs. Now, the next example that I wanted to bring you this time is the death squad. Have you heard of the death squad, ladies and gentlemen? I'll share one of their Wikipedia pages. Yeah, I know it's not always like a reliable source, but there's information that I'm going to share with you from other sources on this one here. The Battalion 316, in particular, in the death squad, worked closely with the CIA. There was a counterinsurgency unit later exposed for torture, assassinations, and drug trafficking. Declassified documents proved US officials were aware of trafficking allegations and continued cooperation anyway. Again, they pretend that they don't know, but then when some declassified information gets published, they start changing and, you know, pretending like we didn't know, and it didn't happen.
Good dynamite.
The following example that I wanted to talk to you about is Haiti. Let's look at this here. This was a very old article. After the 1991 coup, the CIA funded Haitian paramilitary group FRAPH, excuse me, and it was linked to cocaine trafficking networks. A 1997 congressional investigation revealed the US had been working with individuals deeply tied to drug shipments heading to Miami. Miami, ladies and gentlemen. That's the United States. The final and one of the most recent examples, a very interesting example that is, because you know, we're talking about then allies that turned into foes and none other than, of course, Afghanistan. And we had two bouts here. Firstly, when the United States was calling the Mujahideen of Afghanistan resistance at the time and meeting them and telling them, you are the soldiers of God and we're going to help you, because they were fighting the Soviets at the time. And the next example was when the United States invaded Afghanistan in 2001. So what exactly happened in these two instances with Afghanistan? Well, interestingly, the production of heroin from opium increased by 90% after the United States participation. 90%. They were supporting the people fighting the Soviets at the time, and the United States funneled money through Pakistan's ISI. That's very well known. Many of the fighters financed themselves through drugs. Heroin labs exploded along the Afghan-Pakistan border. The CIA, according to a stack of UN investigative reports, adopted a don't ask, don't interfere policy. Heroin production soared and followed the fighters wherever they went. Then, when the United States invaded Afghanistan, that became very interesting, because at the time, there were many reports that the United States CIA shipped tons and tons of heroin and opium from Afghanistan in CIA planes directly to the United States and other parts of the world, according to several intelligence agencies at the time, including the Russian one. Now you may say, well, that's they didn't provide evidence, they didn't provide this and that. Okay, fair enough, but let me give you some of the examples here. Opium production at the time, when the United States went to Afghanistan in 2001, after the false flag of 9/11, was 180 tons, 185 tons. After the United States invaded, particularly in 2007, it soared to 8,000. That was the biggest increase in Afghanistan's history. What happened? Well, the United States came. The United States came to occupy Afghanistan. All of a sudden, one of the biggest producers, not the biggest producer of, one of the biggest producers of opium at the time. The United States partnered with warlords who were governors, police chiefs, intelligence partners, informants, operatives, and major opium traffickers. Many of the figures that they dealt with, including people like Muhammad Fahim Dostum, Ahmad Wali Karzai, Gul Agha Sherzai, controlled heroin labs, poppy growing regions, and smuggling routes. The US military, including soldiers interviewed for the Afghani papers, admitted they were ordered, don't fight the drug trade, it will destabilize the mission. Heroin labs knowingly allowed to run. Were knowingly allowed to run when the United States was there. The United States backed traffickers, it protected them, and it stopped the DEA from targeting some of them. The production skyrocketed under US watch. What do we conclude from all of this evidence? And of course, this is not conclusive. I'm just giving you a hint because the American president is declaring war against Venezuela under the excuse that he wants to target drug trafficking and he might send Americans perhaps to die. What do we conclude? That the United States goes to wars to obtain and protect and nurture and produce drugs and create epidemics of drugs and kill tens and hundreds of thousands and millions of people, and they hook them and addict them to drugs, including American people. Now, here's my take on why the United States is doing that. Apart from all of these reasons that, of course, contradict the main notion coming from the United States president and the desire of the United States to control all of the oil reserves of Venezuela. You see, we're now in a situation where the genocide state of Israel is looking to expand its genocide, and they are eyeing up a big war against Iran again, and they want to drag the United States military. However, if the United States military is engaged in an operation to fight drugs in Latin America, they can't come and help Israel. Even if Benjamin Netanyahu applies more pressure, even if another Epstein file pops out of nowhere, and even if, it's going to be very difficult. Trump will tell them, I'm busy with Venezuela. I can't come, I'm sorry. I mean, we all know they haven't been effective with a group, a small group like Ansarullah in Yemen who targeted 4 aircraft carriers, let alone Iran. Iran can sink aircraft carriers. Ansarullah, Yemen, poverty-stricken, small country. Well, not very small, but you know what I mean. War-torn, targeting US aircraft carriers. What are they going to do with Iran? And Donald Trump wants to avoid this as much as possible. But the Israeli prime minister is pushing for a war against Iran. And if Donald Trump has the excuse of a war against Venezuela, regardless of how baseless, absolutely baseless, shameful, and hilarious the claim is about him going there to combat drug trafficking, he would still at least tell Israel, I can't come and rescue you. I'm busy dealing with drug trafficking in Venezuela.
Now we're gonna they're going to prison. Trump gonna go to prison. He gonna walk criminal. He gonna be able to use He not gonna be able to lead the U.S. over this Venezuela situation. And Pete Hegseth, he definitely gonna be arrested when he lead the U.S. after this.
Washington Post just last night.
Now, it's already military lawyers and came out today and warned Trump, and see that's why they trying to just speed through it, because they already got caught. They should have just attacked and never did the killing of those people on those boats. Now they already legally can't be arrested.
Hegseth order on the first Caribbean boat strike, officials said kill them all. And according to the Washington Post, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth gave the spoken directive, according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. This is talking about the very first attack in September, the very first of these attacks, and there's been 80 some odd people and 20 something attacks up to this point. But on the first one, says that the order was given to kill everybody. One of them said a missile screamed off the Trinidad coast, striking the vessel and igniting a blaze from bow to stern. For minutes, commanders watched the boats burning on live drone feed. As the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. 2 survivors were clinging onto the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2nd attack ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. 2 people familiar with the matter said the 2 men were blown apart in the water. Now, that is a very, very incendiary statement. So far, we only have the Washington Post to agree, whether this happened or not. But I'll just tell you, if it happened the way they said here, you have a serious situation to where the Secretary of War has violated the Geneva Conventions that we're party to, the Geneva Conventions 3 of 1949, where it specifically says that you can't do that. You can't kill prisoners of war. You can't kill people that are wounded and no longer have the ability to resist. The Geneva Conventions also very specifically say it's not just guys who are wearing uniforms, but even in these kinds of operations here where you designate somebody a terrorist, whatever, the laws of war still apply in that case. So that's what's at stake here, that you could literally be a war crime from the Secretary of Defense, according to what's reacted here. Now, my guess was that the Secretary of War, Hegseth, would refute it, would deny that it happened. So say, oh, that's just fake news. It's a hoax. That's kind of what the administration does. But to my surprise, that's not what he said. In fact, if anything, he doubled down. This is from last night on his own direct X post, this official statement from the Secretary of War himself. I'm going to read the whole thing here because it's really, really illustrative and important. As usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible war fighting to protect the homeland. So at the first paragraph, I thought, oh, okay, well, there it is. He's going to deny it. But we continue. As we've said from the beginning and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be, quote, lethal kinetic strikes. The declared intent is to stop lethal drugs, destroy narco boats, and kill the narco terrorists who are poisoning the American people. Every trafficker we kill is affiliated with a designated terrorist organization. The Biden administration preferred kid gloves approach, allowing millions of people, the dangerous cartels and unvetted Afghans. By the way, he included the Afghans because he wants to tie into the murder of one of the National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. here just a couple of days ago, who died, I guess, the day before yesterday, very, very tragically, and wants to say an unvetted Afghan. Well, as it turns out, by the way, just kind of parenthetically here, it was not unvetted. As a matter of fact, it was vetted by the Trump administration and worked with the CIA and validated as being an approved person that cleared vetting. So can't blame that one on Biden in any case. Continuing to flood our communities with drugs and violence. The Trump administration has sealed the border and gone on offense against narco terrorists. Biden coddled terrorists. We killed them, he boasts again. And he said, our current operations in the Caribbean are lawful under both U.S. and international law, with all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict and approved by the best military and civilian lawyers up and down the chain of command. Our warriors in Southcom put their lives on the line every day to protect our homeland from narco terrorists, and I will always have their back. Okay, so you just putting on an X post that this is lawful under both U.S. and international law doesn't make it so. As a matter of fact, it doesn't have any impact at all. And let's take a look at it. I mentioned the Geneva Convention. This is Law 47. Gary, if you can put that one up there real quick. This is from the part of the Geneva Convention. It's called the International Humanitarian Law, which is a portion of the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which we are signatory to, which says attacks against persons hors to combat. They're going to explain what that in a minute is prohibited. A person hors to combat is A, anyone who is in the power of an adverse party, B, anyone who is defenseless because of unconsciousness, shipwreck, wounds, or sickness, or anyone who clearly expresses an intent to surrender, provided he or she abstains from hostile act and does not attempt to escape. Under those conditions, you cannot kill them, period. Black and white. So I don't care what any hand-picked lawyer you had claims to the contrary. It is a black and white statement. You attacked a shipwreck. There were 2 survivors. They very much wanted to live, and you fired another volley intentionally by name, by direct order of the Secretary of War himself to kill them. What does that tell you? I mean, just because you have a lawyer said, yeah, sure, it's legal, then you have to explain to us how the actual law that is very clear and concise, it's not complicated, specifically says a shipwreck even. It talks about that. And then you saw a shipwreck and you saw a survivor and you killed them. That is at face value a war crime. And at the very least, it should be investigated as such. And obviously nobody in the administration is going to be capable of doing that, because they have already reached a conclusion everything they do is legal and that no one can question. So no one will question it in the administration. But look, folks, this is, again, something we've been talking about, unfortunately, too many times on this show, because too many events like this happen, because the United States is to the point to where we can no longer credibly say we're a country governed by the rule of law. And so we get mocked to our face when we say these things about we're trying to support the international rules-based order. The order since the end of World War II, 80 years we've been doing it. You know, we try to hold other people accountable. We get mocked to our face. Nobody pays attention to us. Nobody is going to listen to us and act because we say, oh, you're violating the international rules-based order, when we ourselves blatantly do so and then brag about it, like Secretary Hegseth did in that X post. Unfortunately, it's not just the Secretary of War. It's also his boss, who around the same time as this was happening was asked, hey, you keep going after all these boats, and at least according to the Constitution, you're supposed to have the authority of Congress by declaring war or giving written authorization. Are you going to seek that? And he said very simply,
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay, we're going to kill them.
There's not much confusion there. No, we're going to kill them. We don't care what the law is. We don't care what our Constitution says. We don't care what the international law says. And listen, you know, by saying, oh, well, they're narco terrorists, so that gives us the justification to kill anyone. That's just a look. No one can do what I say they can't. Okay, do you see that? I just wrote that here, right there. No one can do what I say they can't. So I wrote it down. So now if I'm in the administration, that becomes law, right? Just because I said it. So there it is. The problem solved. It doesn't work that way. I also can't write, I hereby declare that I can rob a bank and get all the money that I want and no one can do anything about it. Signed, whatever, have some title that I'm going to come up with. Even if it's President of the United States, I have declared that I don't have to pay taxes anymore because I don't want to. It doesn't matter what you write down. You can write down anything in the world. You can write down that from now on, by executive order, the sun will no longer come up in the east. We're going to make it come up in the west. Tired of this. I want to change things up. It doesn't matter. The sun will come up in the east. This will be illegal. The bank will hold you accountable if you try to do that. We can't just sign a document and sign a piece of paper and just arbitrarily claim that the law no longer is in effect, or that, yeah, this doesn't apply here. It does apply. Now, it also matters what you can do and what you can't do. And what we can do is violate the law at will, because who's going to stop us? Right now, the situation, this is what exists. We just got to be honest about it, is that the President of the United States, who is leading this with that declaration I just showed you that he made from his own lips, that we're just going to kill them. So, of course, the Secretary of Defense is not going to say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, we can't do that, because that would be violating the laws of international warfare. It would be violating the Geneva Conventions, and it would be violating American law. Because, as you may know, that there is no law on any book in any state in this country, federal or state or local, that says someone who is trafficking in drugs can be executed at the suspicion of drawing drugs. If you think somebody's drawing and you have intelligence, perfect intelligence that these are drug runners, there still is no justification whatsoever on any law in American jurisprudence that allows you to summarily execute these people and just say, oh, well, we just had the narco-terrorist. We have now declared that they're a terrorist, so now we can kill them at will. No, you can't. You can't rationally, logically, legally do it. Now, you can say, I have the power. Who's going to stop me? It's not going to be the president. It's not going to be the Secretary of War. It's not going to be the FBI director. It's not going to be the Attorney General, because they're as loyalist as you get. It's not going to be the CIA director. None of them. Nobody who has any potential authority is going to do a thing. And then now what? Politically? I mean, the Republican Party is clearly not going to do anything, whether in the House or the Senate. And if anybody in the Democrat House or the Senate wants to, they don't have any numbers. They don't have any power, so they can't. I mean, they can at least posture and at least say, we're going to do what we can within our power. They could do something like that. So far, they haven't. But no one else can. Whoever may be listening to this video and say, yeah, it's right there. It's black and white. This is not governed by the rule of law. This is governed by the rule of power. Those who have the power make the rules. It's tried, but it is on full display right before your eyes right here. This is not the country that I served for 20-something years in the armed services. This is not the kind of government that I signed up to put my life literally on the line for through my 4 combat deployments. And I find it repugnant what we have become. And again, it bears mention, this is not just the Trump administration. This is not just some screed against them. This is the American government. This has been going on for a long time. I mean, we can at least run back to George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Trump in the first term, Trump in the second term. All of them have been doing this to one level. No, nobody's taken it as far as he can. See, and that's the problem. You start off down here, and then you get bold because nobody calls you out on it. Nobody holds you accountable. So then you go just a little bit further, and then a little bit further, and still no reaction. And now then you got Trump just like, I don't care what any of y'all say. I'll just write it on a piece of paper here. I said it's cool, so it's good. No more question. This is the law. This is now the law. Because I said it, President Trump, Secretary of War, that trumps any law that may exist before. And he did. And so far, at least as of today, that was in yesterday's Washington Post. I haven't seen anything this morning. I didn't see any headlines that said anybody's going to hold him accountable and we're going to stop doing this. So it'll continue going on. But listen to me carefully, folks. There is a consequence to this, whether you want there to be one or not. There will eventually be consequences to this, because you can't just continue to violate the law and then think you're going to stop there. I've just shown you it has already continued to escalate. Now it's escalating faster. We're shorn of any kind of authority that no one's going to hold you accountable. Where's the upper limit? They'll continue to take more actions and impugn other people. We saw President Trump just, I guess, a day or so ago, send out a True Social, says he's now he said he's going to take away citizenship of people who are not, as he defines it, sufficiently pro-American. Who even knows what that means? Apparently only Donald Trump, but he has now set in place this situation to where he is now going to decide who even gets to keep their citizenship. There's no law for that. There's no justice for that. And it's just the whims of one man. But who's stopping him? You see what I'm saying here? This is going to continue on, folks. This is a dangerous development. And if we're going to be a country governed by the rule of law, even ostensibly, some changes are going to have to be made, or one day we're all going to be silenced. The minute that you run afoul of the administration in something, you'll be on the hit list there. And it won't matter what the law is. It won't matter if they have any legal justification or if you violated any law. It won't make any difference. That's just how it's going to work. That's how it has worked up to this point. And we are fooling ourselves if we think that this is the end. Well, it won't go any further than this. It never stops, folks, until something stops it.
Lawyers have concluded. We have major news right now. A group of former United States military JAG lawyers have concluded that Pete Hegseth has committed murder, war crimes, or both. A stunning statement released minutes ago shows a Department of Defense reeling, a Department of Defense that could face military tribunals, military prosecution, all starting at the top with Secretary of
Trump gonna have to pardon. Remember, he gonna have to pardon Hegseth. That's a fact. He gonna have to pardon, but that's not gonna stop from the International Criminal Court. That has nothing to do with that. He can pardon him so the Democrats or the U.S. courts probably won't be able to backdoor him. But they have a problem on their hands. That's why they're trying to speed this thing up now. They have a bunch of reasons why. But the U.S. JAG, these are the lawyers in the military have already told them they've committed murder.
Of Defense, Pete Hegseth. The statement was released minutes ago by Just Security, and it highlights exactly how Pete Hegseth violated both United States law and the international laws of war. And I need your help to spread it everywhere. So make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe, because this is a stunning development. The statement released by the former JAGS working group has unanimously considered both the giving and the execution of the orders by Pete Hegseth, and if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. The group was established in February 2025 in response to the Secretary of Defense's firing of the Army and Air Force Judge Advocates General and his systematic dismantling of the military's legal guardrails. Had those guardrails been in place, we are confident they would have prevented these crimes. Bullet 1. If the United States military operation to interdict and destroy suspected narco-trafficking vessels is a, quote, non-international armed conflict, as the Trump administration to suggest, orders to kill everybody, which can be reasonably be regarded as an order to give no quarter and to double tap a target in order to kill survivors, are clearly illegal under international law. In short, they are war crimes. If the U.S. military operation is not a armed conflict of any kind, these orders to kill helpless civilians clinging to the wreckage of a vessel, our military destroyed, would subject everyone from Secretary of Defense down to the individual who pulled the trigger to prosecution under U.S. law for murder. We call upon Congress to investigate and the American people to oppose any use of the United States military that involves the intentional targeting of anyone, enemy combatants, non-combatants, or civilians, rendered hors de combat, out of the fight, as a result of their wounds or the destruction of the ship or aircraft carrying them. We also advise our fellow citizens that orders like these described above are the kinds of patently illegal orders all members of the military have a duty to disobey. Since orders to kill survivors of an attack at sea are patently illegal, anyone who issues or follows such orders can and should be prosecuted for war crimes, murder, or both. Here is the applicable international humanitarian law. The United States has publicly defined the narco trafficker attack as non-international armed conflict because our enemy is an international terrorist organization rather than a sovereign state. As such, the full scope of international law generally applicable to armed conflict does not necessarily apply to this conflict. Common Article 3 of the Geneva Convention, which is the main body of IHL applicable to non-international armed conflicts, is a subset of the Geneva Conventions that is applicable to all international armed conflicts, and the relevant portion is below. In the case of armed conflict, not of any international character occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply at minimum the following provisions. Persons taking no active part in the hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms, and those placed hors de combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause, shall, in all circumstances, be treated humanely. To this end, the following acts are and shall remain prohibited: violence to life and person, and particularly murder of all kinds. It goes on to talk about various laws under the Hague Convention, which essentially prohibits the declaration that no quarter will be given. It goes on to say that applicable United States law, 18 USC 1111, is murder. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Civilians who issue and execute orders to kill any human being can be prosecuted for murder unless a defense applies. Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunals established as a matter of customary international law that superior orders are no defense to war crimes. UCMJ Article 118, which is also murder, substantively similar to the federal murder statute applicable to civilians, but the UCMJ Article 118 provides that anyone who unlawfully kills a human being is guilty of murder. A great deal has been written lately about the notion that superior orders may provide a defense to certain military offenses. Essentially, Pete Hegseth gave the order, so as a younger military service member, they would not be subject to murder charges, but military law does provide a superior orders defense, while applicable U.S. law does not necessarily apply that. But the defense is, quote, "It is a defense to any offense that the accused was acting pursuant to orders unless the accused knew the orders to be unlawful, or a person of ordinary sense and understanding would have known the orders to be unlawful." So theoretically, these military service members should have known the orders were unlawful. And then it concludes by saying, again, the bottom line is that since orders to kill survivors of an attack at sea are patently illegal, anyone who issues or follows such orders can and should be prosecuted for war crimes, murder, or both. And I think an interesting development that we've learned about recently over the past 24 hours is that back in 2024, Pete Hegseth once questioned whether following the Geneva Convention was appropriate. This is a highlighted excerpt from his book. Should we follow the Geneva Conventions? What if we treated the enemy the way they treated us? Would that not be an incentive for the other side to reconsider their barbarism? Hey, Al-Qaeda, if you surrender, we might spare your life. If you do not, we will rip your arms off and feed them to hogs. Makes me wonder in 2024, if you want to win, how can anyone write universal rules about killing each other in open conflict, especially against enemies who fight like savages, disregarding human life in every single instance? Maybe instead, we are just fighting with one hand behind our back and the enemy knows it. This is like essentially as clear of a warning as you can see. Pete Hegseth in 2024 didn't want to follow the Geneva Convention, which is the set of laws that prohibit what Pete Hegseth is doing today: the murder, the war crimes, more. And I think this is a very serious situation. I really do. I mean, outside of the fact that you have a Secretary of Defense giving out patently illegal orders and a president of the United States willing to stand by him, ultimately, will Donald Trump ever be brought on war crimes charges? Likely no. Will Secretary of Defense Hegseth? Maybe. He's a lot younger. Will these lower level officers? Probably. The lower level you go, the closer you get to the actual strike, the more likely it is that they will be brought up on charges at some point in the future. Now, what that looks like, we don't know. When that'll happen, we don't know. But what we do know is that these are patently illegal orders. And that right there is a very serious warning to anyone who is interested in possibly taking part in the illegal orders or following the illegal orders issued by Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. I will continue to provide you updates, obviously, as we get more information, but this is a very serious development. This statement makes clear that the orders that were given were patently illegal, and we'll see what happens next. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I will have another update for you soon, so make sure to stay tuned for more.
memo from the Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel, which says the ongoing boat strikes in the Caribbean are legally justified as self-defense from cartel violence against U.S. allies, despite a real lack of public evidence. However, a new report from The Guardian highlights how the DOJ's justifications are in stark contrast to President Trump's own explanations behind the strikes.
So let's just get this straight, right? You have America's closest allies quietly pulling the plug on intelligence sharing because of the lack of transparency on these boat attacks. Then an internal memo leaks that contradicts public claims. It's pretty clear that something isn't adding up here, right?
My last point is Venezuela is kind of the red herring that I hope more people more American public pay attention to, because it's not just bombing drug runners or droning drug runners. You actually have warships that are just on the coastline. Why? That's the question.
There's been a military buildup in the Caribbean, and that is the part that's not about drugs, despite what Scott's saying. It's about something that at least they're not telling us what it's really about.
I disagree.
Yeah.
It is about
Hold
drugs.
on.
Maduro is a drug lord.
You don't need warships in the Caribbean to use drones to take out fish boats whether they're full of drugs or not. So there's something else going on here that they're not being transparent on. But let's put that aside for just a second.
Earlier this month, the United Kingdom suspended sharing intelligence with the US in suspected narcotics trafficking boats in the Caribbean. British officials reportedly took the step out of concern that intel could be used to justify lethal military strikes by American forces, strikes that many consider legally dubious.
The United Kingdom is suspending some of its intelligence sharing with the U.S. because of the Trump administration's strikes against alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
We are joined now by senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak and CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand. Natasha, to you first with this exclusive reporting. I mean, this is a big deal. The UK is arguably the closest ally to the United States when it comes to intelligence sharing. What else do we know?
Yeah, Pam, it's a really significant rupture here. Essentially, what we're learning is that the UK is no longer sharing intelligence with the US about these suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean because it does not want to be complicit in the US military's strikes on these drug vessels and believes fundamentally that the US military's use of force against these vessels violates international law, according to multiple sources that we spoke to. Now, previously, the UK had been happy to help the United States locate and interdict vessels that were transiting the Caribbean that appeared to be trafficking drugs. But the key difference, of course, is that it was helping the Coast Guard intercept those vessels, arrest those on board, seize the drugs, and allowing these individuals to have some semblance of due process. But now the U.S., of course, has started striking these boats unilaterally with military force, killing everyone on board. The total now for number of people killed is around 76. And we're told that the UK is deeply uncomfortable with that, and they believe that it is pretty blatantly illegal.
And also, according to The Guardian, a classified memo from the Justice Department has also surfaced, and its contents diverge sharply from what the public have been told. According to reporting, the memo reframes the legal basis for US strikes not as narrow anti-drug enforcement tactic that we've been led to believe, but as a broad, quote, collective self-defense argument, claiming cartels are waging armed warfare against US allies and justifying deadly military force in doing so.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time looking at this memo because it is the basis on which the administration is resting the entire military campaign and the strikes against these drug boats in the Caribbean and also in the Pacific. And basically what we found with the memo, according to people who read it and seen it directly, was it makes this novel argument that the reason why we are engaged in this military action is because allies in the region like Mexico and Colombia have asked the United States to help them in their drug wars against these cartels. And as the reasoning goes, these drug cartels are engaging in armed violence, which is a very important term of art because it allows the US to start using lethal force if we're in an armed conflict. And it basically says the cocaine that the drug cartels are shipping, that is being traffic in order to finance the armed violence. And I think that, two really important points about this. One, which is what you say about how Trump has never come out and said that this is the reason why the U.S. is engaged in, basically a war. He has always said it's about preventing overdose deaths and has framed these drugs as coming in and poisoning America. But that's not what the Justice Department is saying at all.
The legal rationale comes with no publicly available evidence to back this up, no verified proof that the cartels qualified as belligerents or that the purported allied governments formally requested U.S. intervention. So, in other words, the legal foundation is classified, the evidence remains hidden and murky, and the public, even Congress, they're being asked to trust a black box verdict, basically.
I think by doing this, they're pretending as if we are at war. They're pretending as if they've gotten some imprimatur to do what they want. When you have war, the rules of engagement are lessened. So, for example, we normally don't shoot boats that we suspect of being drug dealers. In fact, if the Coast Guard tomorrow started shooting all vessels that are off of Miami or off of San Diego, about 1 in 4 of the vessels that they normally board doesn't have drugs. So it actually would be unlawful if the Coast Guard started blowing up boats. But for some reason, they say, oh, we're at war off the coast of Venezuela. And so it's a different rule of engagement. It's one of war. But, Senator Kaine and I brought this up. And we said, if it's war, let's declare it as war. Let's have this discussion. Is it war or not? And the administration refused that. They want to have it both ways. They want to say, oh, we can just say these people are terrorists or narco-terrorists, so we can blow them up. But it's extraordinary that when some of them survive, they pluck them out of the water. They don't prosecute them for drugs. They don't collect drugs. They don't tell us if they were armed or not. They just send them back to their country, most of the time not being Venezuela. They've sent one back to Colombia and one back to Ecuador, but nobody's making any pretense of even interviewing them to find out who's selling you the drugs. Maybe we could find out who the kingpins are if they're involved in the drug trade. Not a word. And I've been given zero, not one briefing, because I'm skeptical of what they're doing. They don't brief me or the General Senate at all. A few hand-selected people may have gotten a briefing, but I have not been invited to any briefings on Venezuela.
Meanwhile, the president, he's given snippets of information in between humoring strikes into Mexico if it means furthering the mission. And then there's this from those in the MAGA contingent.
I mean, I would love to see a change in government. My wife's from Nicaragua. We know how terribly the dictators there rely on Venezuelan oil. But at the same time, a lot of Americans don't want actual U.S. participation in regime change in Venezuela. They would much prefer the Venezuelans to do it on their own. Do you think the pressure that Maduro has received will force him to leave on his own?
Oh, I think Maduro is not Fidel Castro. Maduro is not a brave boy. So now that he has understood that he's on that very nefarious list of the terrorist organization, that the airspace above Venezuela has been closed off and the commercial airlines from the United States are not flying, he's understanding that we're about to go in. He understands that he has been our enemy for the last 25 years. Venezuela, for those Americans who do not understand why we need to go in, basically for three reasons. You're in Fox Business. Venezuela, for the American oil companies, will be a field day because it will be more than $1 trillion in economic activity. American companies can go in and fix all the oil pipe, the whole oil rigs, and everything that has to do with the Venezuelan petroleum companies, or anything that has to do with oil and the derivatives.
I mean, they're just not even hiding it at this point. But I ask, if allies won't feed your targeting data, if your internal lawyers are quietly rewriting the rules, and if the public is left blind to all this, how can anyone trust that the information provided by the administration is valid?
Hey, Midas Mighty, it's Ben, Brett, and Jordy, and we just want to thank you for being the backbone of this movement.
This year tested us more than ever, but together we proved that pro-democracy voices don't just compete, we win.
We took on the entire MAGA machine, won a Webby for Podcast of the Year,
the Midas Touch podcast,
and you were with us every step of the way. And trust us, what we're working on next is bigger, bolder, and built for 2026.
Let's keep this momentum going, spread
You know the old sentiment that dead men tell no tales? Dead men don't testify against you in court. Dead men, when they are dead, have no ability to say, hey, I wasn't a drug trafficker. I was just a humble fisherman. They can't do that when they're dead. This headline from this exclusive reporting from the Washington Post is alarming. We live under an authoritarian regime that feels absolutely no adherence to the rule of law, no duty to their oath, their solemn vow to protect and defend and support this Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, because they are that very threat, domestic threat to the Constitution. This headline from the Washington Post, I'm going to read a little bit from this a little later, but I want to establish that these people are liars who cannot be trusted. Pete Hegseth is denying this reporting without actually denying it, doing the same thing that he did back when he was messaging on Signal, secret war plans to unauthorized, no security clearance journalists who, one, didn't have a security clearance, and even if he did, didn't have a need to know, if you're familiar with the parlance in the military. Here's the headline, exclusive reporting from the Washington Post, alarming to say the least. Hegseth order on first Caribbean boat strike, kill them all. I want to remind you, though, because I'm getting ready to read a tweet from the Secretary of War, and then he's so proud of it, he retweeted it. Pete Hegseth retweeted it from his own account. The non-denial denial, the deflection, the same nonsense he did when he was denying what we now know to be true, that he messaged in a Signal chat group, Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic, secret war plans. Remember this denial, knowing now what we know about what took place.
As I also stated yesterday, nobody's texting war plans. And that's all I have to say about that.
So those same troops that you are proud of, do you regret putting information like the ones you did in the Signal chat that could endanger those same American service members?
Nobody's texting more plans. I know exactly what I'm doing, exactly what we're directing, and I'm really proud of what we accomplished. The successful missions that night.
How your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic, and were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of weapons used?
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
He's doing the same thing now. So when you read the tweet, when you see the tweet, when I read you the tweet that he put out, know that he's doing the exact same thing that he did during Signalgate, a thing we now know to be true, despite all of his denials, despite all of his looking into the camera. That's all I have to say. No war plans were messaged. You're a liar, and we know you're a liar. And now we know you're a murderer. Donald Trump is a murderer. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is a murderer who violated the Constitution, the requirement to provide due process. We are not at war with individuals who are trafficking drugs. You don't get to just murder people, bomb people, and then when there are survivors literally clinging for their lives to the debris, the fiery debris of their naval vessel, their seafaring vessel, because it's not a navy, they're not a part of a military. He orders, kill them all. Make sure they're all dead, because after all, they won't be able to testify. They won't be able to give their story because they'll be dead. And the Navy SEAL team followed this illegal order, the same thing that the seditious six, Mark Kelly and the rest of them have been advocating. Please do not follow unlawful orders. Only follow legal orders. This is extrajudicial killing. It's murder. It's premeditated murder is what took place. Here's the denial from Pete Hegseth. As usual, the fake news is delivering more fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory reporting to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the homeland. Nobody's doing anything to discredit our incredible warriors fighting to protect the home. No one's doing that. It's you, Pete Hegseth. You're the problem. You're the one who ordered our Navy special operators to kill on the high seas with no due process. As we've said from the beginning and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specialized, intended to be lethal kinetic strikes. The declared intent is to stop lethal drugs, destroy narco boats, and kill the narco terrorists. That was used by design, who are poisoning the American people. Every trafficker we kill is affiliated with a designated terrorist organization. Prove it. We're not just going to go off your word. You're a proven liar. You're a demonstrable liar, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump. That's what due process is for. You bring them before a court and you prove the allegation against them. One, trafficking drugs isn't a capital offense in the United States of America. So you're providing the death penalty with no accusation, no indictment, no trial, no conviction, no sentencing. It is extrajudicial murder is what we're talking about here. The Biden administration preferred the kid gloves approach, allowing millions of people, including dangerous cartels and unvetted Afghans, to flood our communities with drugs and violence, unvetted Afghans. So he's tying in the shooting of the two National Guard troops with this, apparently. I guess it's in some effort to get everybody rallied around to support this extrajudicial killing. The Trump administration has sealed the border and gone on offense against narco terrorists. Biden coddled terrorists. We kill them. Our current operations in the Caribbean are lawful under both U.S. and international law, and with all actions in compliance with the law of armed conflict. That's just a lie. Great Britain, the United Kingdom, has now cut off intelligence sharing in this region with the United States because of the illegal actions, the authoritarian extrajudicial killing of these individuals that they can't prove. We're just going off your word. You don't go off the word of a fucking liar like Pete Hegseth. I'll finish it here. Our warriors in Southcom put their lives on the line every day to protect the homeland from narco terrorists, and I will always have their back. No one has a problem with the military individuals in operation here, Pete Hegseth. We have a problem with you. Your lies. You're violating the Constitution. You're dispensing of, issuing illegal orders to kill them all while they're clinging for life, which is a violation, even if they were combatants. You don't get to just kill people who are out of the fight. That's the Geneva Convention. Here's the headline again. Hegseth order on first Caribbean boat strike. Kill them all as two men clung to a stricken burning ship targeted by SEAL Team 6. The Joint Special Operations Commander followed the Defense Secretary's orders to leave no survivors. I wonder why there are so many in Congress who are imploring our military to not follow illegal order. I wonder why that would be. Strange, right? The longer the U.S. surveillance aircraft followed the boat, the more confident intelligence analysts watching from command centers became that the 11 people on board were ferrying drugs. So they say. So they claim. Again, no due process, no proof, no evidence of this. It's just a claim. It's just out in the air, in the ether. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a spoken directive, according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. Quote, "The order was to kill everybody," one of them said. A missile screamed off the Trinidad coast, striking the vessel and igniting a blaze from the bow to stern. For minutes, commanders watched the boat burning on a live drone feed. As the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. Two survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2nd attack, the opening salvo in the Trump administration's war on suspected, claimed drug traffickers in the Western Hemisphere. Let me restart that and cut out that little added effect there. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2nd attack ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. Two people familiar with the matter said. The two men were blown apart in the water. Two men that we have no evidence were running drugs. No proof. They were not brought before a court. Let me say this. If on American soil there's a van moving through a neighborhood and police were to just blow it up and kill those people because, well, they had a bunch of meth in there, we would be outraged. That is beyond their power, beyond their authority. That is in violation of the United States Constitution, of due process, the Fifth Amendment, Section 1 of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. This is antithetical to the oaths they took. Now, look, an oath, a vow, giving your word may not mean much to some, but it means a lot to me. It means a lot to anyone, it should, who has raised their right hand and swore or affirmed. Many people, so help me God, they do it under the guise of some loyalty to Jesus. Pete Hegseth, the white Christian nationalist. Hegseth's order, which has not been previously reported, adds another dimension to the campaign against suspected drug traffickers. Some current and former U.S. officials and law of war experts have said that the Pentagon's lethal campaign, which has killed more than 80 people to date, is unlawful and may expose those directly involved to future prosecution. Here would be my unless Donald Trump dies in the next year, like I predict.
Nothing gonna happen to Trump. He's not gonna be able to lead the U.S. for international war crimes. Pete Hegseth gonna need a pardon. He definitely never gonna be able to lead the U.S. or he's gonna be arrested for what he did.
He will. He's likely gonna pardon the outgoing criminals when he on his way out. Very likely. He'll give Pete Hegseth immunity from prosecution through a presidential pardon because they're breaking the law. He is guilty of crimes here. The alleged traffickers pose no imminent threat of attack against the United States and are not, as the Trump administration has tried to argue, in an armed conflict with the United States because there is no legitimate war between two sides. Killing any of the men in the boats amounts to murder, said Todd.
That's another reason why Trump seen that line and said, okay, start the war immediately.
Huntley, a former military lawyer who advised special operations forces for 7 years at the height of the United States counterterrorism campaign. Even if the United States were at war with the traffickers, this is the final paragraph, and I want you to really, really pay attention and embody this. Understand that this is just fact. This is not up for debate. This is not some kind of a theoretical exercise here. This is what we're talking about. Final paragraph. Even if the United States were at war with the traffickers, in order to kill all the boat's occupants, if they were no longer able to fight, quote, would in essence be an order to show no quarter, which would be a war crime, said Huntley, now director of the National Security Law Program at Georgetown Law. We're not at war, so it's not a war crime. And because we're not at war and it's not a war crime, it means it's murder. Extrajudicial murder. There was no indictment. It's but a word from Pete Hegseth. The proven, noted liar we're supposed to believe the Christian nationalist, the white supremacist who's attempting to erase black contributions from the military, women's contributions, gay people, trans people from existence. We're supposed to believe him? Kill them all. Leave no one, leave a trace, leave no trace for them to be able to butt against our claims. This is mafia shit. Under the guise and the power and the width and the breadth of the authority of the executive branch of the United States military, for which we pay $1 trillion per year. $1,000 billion. So they can stand up a murder force, a rogue goon squad of SEAL Team 6. We are a failed state. Maybe failing, but I, for one, am disgusted and ashamed at the behavior of our president, of our Secretary of Defense, and of these feckless, weak commanders who followed through on this clearly illegal order. Clearly illegal. There should be accountability. We should stand up a war crimes tribunal, and people should go to prison. Pete Hegseth maybe should be put to death.
Revolutionary salute.
Sentenced after he is provided due process. He gets indicted. He goes through a trial. He is found guilty by a jury of his peers. The evidence is substantiated. It is weighed by that jury and then found guilty and sentenced.
Play this up. Listen to
mass murder is what we're talking about here. Mass murder. Pete Hegseth is a mass murderer. Donald Trump, a mass murderer. I'll leave it at that. Tell me how I'm jumping the gun.
Crashing in the polls. Check this out. Trump's approval rating drops to 36%. New second term low. Basically, people don't like him. And I'm the same as you. When you look at these numbers, you're just like, who are these 36%? I'm surprised it's even that high, right? I'm sure thinking the exact same thing I am. I expect this to keep dropping because there's no way that anything in the Trump administration is sustainable. It's absolutely bat crap crazy daily. Benny Johnson is telling you, oh, Trump's all saying you're going to win, right? President Trump says if the story is properly told, Republicans should win the midterms in record numbers. I'm the affordability president. And then Trump goes on to say, your drug prices are falling at levels near never seen before, 500%, 600%, 700%, and more. And yes, it's stupid, right? That's the whole point. It's dumb. And you know, that's why his poll numbers are sinking. He's absolutely flailing. And what else are we doing today? I guess we're possibly going to attack Venezuela. When your poll numbers are down and no one likes you, you try to start a war to distract people and theoretically rally around the flag. That's what's going on. Let me show you. This is another thing going on. This is ICE. And essentially what you're going to see in this video is one of the ICE agents is waving around a gun at someone because someone's saying something he doesn't like. So there's a guy with a gun there. And someone's like, oh, I don't like you, blah, blah, and push to start just pointing guns. And that right there, that image right there of the guy just kind of freaking out and just start pointing your gun at people, that's a kind of what's word to say, like a good representation of who these Trump people are. It's like, honestly, it's people who are hotheads, incompetent, to start waving their gun whenever they, you know, get upset. It's exactly what you don't want, right? And I think you guys know this stuff with all the ICE people. It's like that kind of thing. And you see it in Trump's language, you see it in their people, and we have to call the stuff out on this thing, saying this is Trump right here. To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for attention's matter, President Donald J. Trump. So the question is, are we going to attack Venezuela? Is that the plan? I mean, effectively, I guess we're saying it's a blockade. We're already destroying boats down there. Hegseth is under investigation effectively from Congress. They're asking for more info on what's going on. And now we also have protests in New York City, which is going on just right now. Let me show you this. This is watch a little bit New York. So basically, they're blocking the parking garage that ICE is in. Listen to this person describe it here.
I'm currently on the corner of Howard and Center, where hundreds of people gathered earlier today to block a massive planned raid by ICE agents. They were going to, according to sources, have 600 agents flood the streets of New York City, specifically targeting vendors on Canal Street. Somehow word got out and people caught wind, and they gathered here at this parking garage, which is controlled by the federal government, which is currently filled with ICE vehicles, and stopped vehicles from being able to enter and from being able to exit. There are an unknown number, at least 20 who were observed, ICE agents currently stuck inside their own parking garage as people continue to blockade and protest.
So I just wanted to show you that, and then she's talking about how they're starting to arrest people. Also, the reason why I'm showing this stuff though is that you're not alone. There are other people opposing the stuff that Trump is doing. He's sinking in the polls, and now he wants to, at the moment, blockade Venezuela. Are we going to attack? There's been reports that they've been talking about it. If you look at the Trumpers, I want to give you different points of view on this. People like Nick, again, when Trump, people like Benny, he'll celebrate that there's fighting and arrests, but this is what the Trump's worlds want. This is Trump's America. They want everyone fighting all the time. I'll show you a little bit. You get the idea. And so Nick all day will post, oh yeah, arrest everybody and blah, blah, blah. Right. It's essentially what it is. It's like, it's just chaos. And, and then you look at what Miller's wife is saying, and it's just a clown show over at the Republicans. You'll see. Watch this.
You are married to Stephen Miller, so you are the envy of all women. What is that like?
The sexual matador, right?
What is it like being married to such a sexual matador?
He is an incredibly inspiring man who gets me going in the morning with his speeches being like, let's start the day. I am going to defeat the left and we are going to win. He wakes up the day ready to carry out the mission that President Trump was elected to do.
I think.
And what's interesting, there's a couple of things I noticed in that clip. She's like really blinking her eyes right before she talks at the end there.
Ready to carry out the mission that President Trump was elected to do.
I think
you see it. The people are lying. Plus, Jesse Waters keeps looking off the producer / teleprompter. It's all scripted. I mean,
what is that like?
The sexual matador, right?
What is it like being married to such a sexual matador?
The people who support Trump at this point, they're just all actors, because any sane or rational person can easily see Trump's in a tailspin and you don't want to follow it. And also the American people can see it, and you can see it in the polls. I mean, 36% approval is quite low. And again, I think it's going to keep going lower. What else you got here? You got the whole Hague thing. This is from Vote Vets. They say, this is why none of these unauthorized strikes should have ever happened without the proper debate and vote in Congress. The whole administration has gone rogue, and legal issues are piling up on top of each other. Yeah, it is. I mean, every day it's like, what other, bonkers thing can Trump and his people do? That's why I show you guys this stuff. And also, I know, just reassure you all the time, you're not alone. I can see it. You can see it. This is one of Trump's people, because I want to show you like their defense. And the Eric guy, he's tweeting out how Trump, I guess, is out golfing. And I think that might be Brett Baer from Fox News on the right there. And I think maybe a professional golfer on the left, possibly. I don't know who the guy in the middle is. If you guys can let me know if you know. But that looks like Brett Baer to me. That's the Fox News. So you can kind of see how they're literally hanging out together there. Now, the question is, does that prove that Trump is healthy? Because this is what Eric would say. Now, President Trump just posted a picture, proof he's in incredible shape for 79. The left will not like this. Imagine going through what Donald Trump has and still having this much energy. He's a machine. I mean, maybe if standing, proves that he's healthy, I'll let you guys be the judge of that. And this is what I do. I just look at this stuff. Someone who tweets out 605% discounts or whatever, it's nonsense. But this is what the White House puts out. they don't want you to believe anything. And so they say, okay, America's confidence in mass media is edged down. And so what's interesting, which is true. I look at the Gallup and say, okay, I can see that. But the thing is with this stuff is like, if they like the poll, they'll show it to you. If they don't like the poll, they'll call it fake news, right? So basically they want you to say, don't believe anything in the news. That's essentially what they want you to say. And this is a good example of something that I look at the numbers because I think it's probably accurate. Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs says 70% of Americans oppose the U.S. taking military action in Venezuela. Listen to the American people, President Trump. And I was actually looking at this. This is coming from CBS. And basically, I'll just tell you, has the Trump administration clearly explained U.S. position on military action in Venezuela? 24% say clearly explained, 76% not done that yet. So, is there any reason to go to Venezuela? I think if you ask the regular American person, this is the numbers that you're going to get. Another one, military action in Venezuela. Does Trump need to explain his decisions, right? Needs to explain. So you can see Democrats, 97, Independents, 86, even Republicans, 64. Like, explain what are you doing down there, right? Doesn't need to explain. 3% Democrats, 40% Independents, 36% Republicans. So basically, Americans want you to explain what are you doing in Venezuela, and I just don't think people are going to go with it. I don't think it's anything crazy to say, and they haven't explained it. What else is Trump up to today? I guess we're going to New Orleans. It says the federal government will target New Orleans soon as its next city to ramp up immigration enforcement. Sources with knowledge of plans told ABC News. Now, there's multiple things you can say about this. I'll just say this. I'll try to make it really clear. Every time you send your ICE people to new cities and there's suddenly a bunch of headlines of, all this, I'll just say this chaos. So the easiest way to say it, chaos everywhere, right? And so you can focus on each individual story, look at this person was, falsely arrested or wrongly deported or, any number of things. And then while you're focusing on that, which you do want to mention, I don't want to, play lie to it, but then you ignore all of the white collar crime, which is big, big deal. And something I mentioned several times in the channel, and I want you to just think about this through. And, imagine someone steals your entire retirement. Just think about that. Your entire retirement gone, right? Or someone, puts in some sort of regulation that just absolutely crushes you in your home, be it insurance or be it the way, your houses are appraised or how they do property taxes or any number of things, or maybe your energy, goes up through the roof or your healthcare costs explode, whatever, right? But just some sort of situation where you're really financially destroyed for any number of reasons. And in the USA, you can go bankrupt from medical costs, right? The news, though, will get you focused on basically street level type of incidents. And they'll say, oh, look at this person, like the Nick guy, all this, show all this stuff. Look at this person arrested here, arrested there. And then you start to ignore the white collar stuff, which frankly, I'm just telling you guys, like if someone wipes out your retirement, just for example, or your healthcare costs skyrocket, that's going to have a major, major impact on your life. And I want to say it's all important to track everything, but it is a distraction to ignore the financial stuff and that kind of stuff. And that's sort of what they want you to do. Or I also want to show you this. So President Trump's redistricting push and voting rights cases in Texas and Louisiana could wipe out nearly a third of the 62-member Congressional Black Caucus. So basically, the way Trump's people want it, they want less representation for people of color and less representation for minority groups. It's nothing shocking here, but that's what the plan has been all along. And that's who the Trump people are. I will show you, though, what they're saying, because I do want to show you everything. So Fox News, they're going to run this story all day. Basically, there's a guy on TikTok, looks like he's an Afghan national. He may have made a threatening video on TikTok to maybe, attack people in Texas or something like that. And then I think that we arrest this guy. It says court records show, so he was arrested for making a TikTok video. Do I defend threats? No, not at all. I don't. But what I will say about this kind of stuff, the question all comes down to, like, do you believe one person represents an entire group? And that's how they do it over at Fox. They'll find whatever story of, a certain kind of person they don't like, and then they'll try to make it seem like all of them are bad. And if it's a story of a person that looks like them, right? I'll just make it in most simple terms. If a white person makes a TikTok video that does the same thing, they won't cover that story, only if someone else does. So again, I don't defend this particular person. I don't defend threatening videos or anything like that. But you're also getting the issues of where if, say a Republican type person made a whatever threatening video, or the president of the United States threatens people, right? They'll remain silent on that stuff. And I think in general, we all need to, calm down the rhetoric on terms of violence. I don't call for or condone any type of violence. I want to make sure that's clear on that. Because if you want to move forward as a people, we need to be honest about all of this stuff and do things the right way. This is coming from the Washington Post also. The head of the Senate Armed Services Committee has vowed, quote, vigorous oversight following a post report that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the killing of all crew members during the first U.S. strike on suspected drug smugglers in the Caribbean. And effectively, then Congress is now after Hegseth, demanding more evidence, more, people come forward, more video, whatever, and we'll see. I think this is really damaging for them. I talked about this before in the last video, but there's a lot of things that Trump is doing that are really damaging, and they're going to try to distract you with whatever, right? Be it the person who made the TikTok video, or be it with, trying to close airspace in Venezuela and try to cause something there. But the reality is, guys, his poll numbers are absolutely sinking, and he's underwater on pretty much every issue. So that's my thoughts on this. I'd like to hear yours, and I'll catch y'all in the next video.
Group of former top military lawyers just put out a powerful statement stating that Pete Hegseth's orders to kill any survivors in connection with the military strikes of the fishing vessels off the coast of Venezuela constitute war crimes. Specifically, this group of former top military lawyers state that the former JAG working group, that's what they're called, unanimously considers both the giving and the execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. They put out what's called a statement of the former JAG's working group on media reports of Pentagon no quarter orders in Caribbean boat strikes. Just so you know, JAG refers to Judge Advocates General, and that's the name given to military lawyers. And this group of former top military lawyers that calls itself this working group of former JAG military lawyers, they were formed after the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, fired the top JAG officers from other branches in the military, from the Air Force, and from the Army. Let me read for you what this letter, this statement states. 29th November 2025. Yesterday, the Washington Post and CNN reported that the Secretary of Defense personally issued orders to, quote, kill everybody aboard a civilian vessel suspected of narco trafficking. The attack on the 2nd of September 2025 that targeted a vessel carrying 11 civilians and allegedly an unknown quantity of drugs. The first strike resulted in near total destruction of the vessel. However, 2 survivors were apparently observed via surveillance video clinging to wreckage, whereupon the commander directing the operation ordered a second strike. The second strike killed both of the survivors. The former JAG's working group unanimously consider both the giving and the execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. Our group was established in February 2025 in response to the Secretary of Defense's firing of the Army and Air Force Judge Advocates General and his systemic dismantling of the military's legal guardrails. Had those guardrails been in place, we are confident they would have prevented these crimes. If the U.S. military operation to interdict and destroy suspected narco trafficking vessels is a non-international armed conflict, as the Trump administration suggests, orders to kill everybody, which can reasonably be regarded as an order to give, quote, no quarter, and to, quote, double tap a target in order to kill survivors, are clearly illegal under international law. In short, they are war crimes. If the U.S. military operation is not an armed conflict of any kind, these orders to kill helpless civilians clinging to the wreckage of a vessel our military destroyed would subject everybody from the Secretary of Defense down to the individual who pulled the trigger to prosecution under the U.S. law for murder. We call upon Congress to investigate and the American people to oppose any use of the U.S. military that involves the intentional targeting of anyone, enemy combatants, non-combatants, or civilians, rendered hors de combat, out of the fight, as a result of their wounds or the destruction of the ship or aircraft carrying them. We also advise our fellow citizens that orders like those described above are the kinds of patently illegal orders all military members have a duty to disobey. Since orders to kill survivors of an attack at sea are patently illegal, anybody who issues or follows such orders can and should be prosecuted for war crimes, murder, or both. And they go into a summary of what went down. Regardless of whether the U.S. is involved in an armed conflict, law enforcement operation, or any other application of military force, international and domestic U.S. law prohibit the intentional targeting of defenseless persons. If the Washington Post and CNN reports are true, the two survivors of the September 2nd, 2025 U.S. attack against the vessel carrying 11 persons were rendered unable to continue their mission when the U.S. military forces significantly damaged the vessel carrying them. Under such circumstances, not only does international law prohibit targeting these survivors, but it also requires the attacking force to protect, rescue, and if applicable, treat them as prisoners of war. Violations of these obligations are war crimes, murder, or both. There are no other options. An operational law primer. Applicable international humanitarian law. The United States has publicly described the narco-trafficking attacks as, quote, non-international armed conflict, because our enemy is an international terrorist organization rather than a sovereign state. As such, the full scope of international law generally applicable to armed conflict does not necessarily apply to this conflict. Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. The main body of IHL applicable to non-international armed conflicts is a subset of the Geneva Conventions that is applicable to all international armed conflicts. The relevant provision of CA3 states in relevant part. In the case of armed conflict, not of an international character, occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply as a minimum the following provisions. 1. Persons taking no active part in the hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms and those placed hors de combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause, shall in all circumstances be treated humanely, without any adverse distinction founded on race, color, religion, or faith, sex, birth, or wealth, or any other similar criteria. To this end, the following acts are and shall remain prohibited at any time and in any place whatsoever with respect to the above-mentioned persons. A. Violence to life and persons, in particular murder of all kinds, mutilation, cruel treatment, and torture. B. Taking of hostages. C. Outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. D. The putting of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized people.
You've heard of GLP-1 drugs, right? Unless you live under a rock, I'm guessing you have. They're everywhere, but sometimes you want an all-natural solution. Over the past couple of years, I started to hit that same cycle. Gain weight in the winter, try to lose it in the spring. This year, persons and members of crews of the Merchant Marine and are considered protected persons under Articles 12 and 13, respectively, of the Second Geneva Convention. In essence, the Geneva Convention and other long-standing international maritime laws prohibits U.S. forces from doing anything to survivors of a military attack that destroys the vessel or aircraft carrying them, other than rescuing them. They certainly prohibit U.S. forces from killing them. When violations of IHL rising to the level of war crimes can be prosecuted by an international tribunal, domestic U.S. law, 18 U.S.C. Section 2441 war crimes, subjects U.S. citizens to criminal prosecutions for war crimes. U.S. courts have jurisdictions over such offenses, regardless of whether they are committed if the offender is a U.S. national or a member of the U.S. Armed Forces, and the crime constitutes, inter alia, a grave breach of Common Article 3. 1907, Hague Convention. Even before the Geneva Convention of 1949, the laws were clearly prohibited orders that no quarter be given. The Hague Convention, Section 4, Regulations, Article 23, Sub D, states specifically that, quote, it is especially forbidden to declare that no quarter will be given. Orders to give, quote, no quarter or to kill everyone, including survivors, wounded, ill, or anyone else who is no longer able to carry out their military mission, are not only unlawful orders, they subject those who give and execute such orders to prosecution as war criminals. The United States became a party to this treaty on the 27th of November, 1909. Its prohibition against no quarter orders has also become a principle of customary international law. Therefore, violations of this treaty and customary law are also violations of U.S. law. Pending IHL. Additional Protocol 2 of the Geneva Convention. In 1977, the parties to the Geneva Convention, including the United States, drafted a new protocol to address the challenges of non-international armed conflicts, to which no treaty-based IHL, with the exception of CA3, applies. Since to that point, about 80% of all armed conflicts were of a non-international nature, the parties drafted this protocol to fill in that legal void. The protocol, AP2, simply extends the principles enshrined in the original 4 Geneva Convention to conflicts of a non-international nature. One relevant provision in AP2 is Article 7, which states all wounded and shipwrecked, whether or not they have taken part in the armed conflict, shall be respected and protected. This makes the second strike with survivors in the water particularly heinous. We characterize AP2 as, quote, pending because although the United States signed the treaty on the 12th of December, 1977, the Senate has not yet provided its, quote, advice and consent, despite having received it for the purpose from President Ronald Reagan in 1987. Perhaps now is the time to remedy that. Notwithstanding the fact that AP2 has not yet achieved status in U.S. law, the United States has for many years adhered to the principle that, quote, U.S. military practice is already consistent with additional protocols, its provisions subject to certain proposed reservations, understanding, and declarations. Furthermore, the United States has stated that, quote, as a matter of policy, it routinely imposes heightened standards on its forces that are more protective of civilians than required under international humanitarian laws. We believe that under all these circumstances, particularly the gross violations of international law reported yesterday, the Senate must immediately take up the matter of AP2 advice and consent. Applicable U.S. law. Giving and executing no quarter order subjects individuals to either U.S. criminal statutes or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. 18 U.S.C. Section 1111, murder. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Civilian personnel who issue and execute orders to kill any human being can be prosecuted for murder unless a defense applies. The Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunals establishes as a matter of customary international law that these superior orders are no defense to war crimes. In other words, everybody in the chain of command is responsible. 18 U.S.C. Section 2441, war crimes. See discussion of Common Article 3 above. UCMJ Article 118, murder. Substantively similar to the federal murder statute applicable to civilians, UCMJ Article 118 provides that anyone who unlawfully kills a human being is guilty of murder. A great deal has been written lately about the notion that superior orders may provide a defense to certain military offenses. Military law does provide a superior orders defense. It is a defense to any offense that the accused was acting pursuant to orders unless the accused knew the orders to be unlawful or a person of ordinary sense and understanding would have known the orders to be unlawful. That's Rules of Court Martial, Section 916D. Another part of the manual for courts martial puts it in a slightly different but equally compelling way. An order requiring the performance of a military duty or act may be inferred to be lawful, and it is disobeyed at the peril of the subordinate. The inference does not apply to patently illegal orders, such as ones that direct the commission of a crime. Again, the bottom line is that since orders to kill survivors of an attack at sea are patently illegal, anyone who issues or follows such orders can and should be prosecuted for war crimes, murder, or both. Now, I want to be clear. The people who make up this working group that was formed in February 2025 are some of the top former military lawyers. People like retired Major General Stephen Lepper,
who served as the Deputy Judge Advocate General for the U.S. Air Force. Patrick McLean, a retired Marine Corps judge and former federal prosecutor who's commented publicly on the group's position. Rob Butch Bracknell, a former Marine and military lawyer who has also provided expert commentary. Todd Huntley, a retired Navy captain and judge advocate general and director of Georgetown's National Security Law Program. That's where I went to law school, by the way. Should also be noted that Ann Bauer and others who are digging up Pete Hegseth's prior writings say the following. This is what Pete Hegseth wrote in his 2024 book. The subject was, should we follow the Geneva Conventions? Should we follow the Geneva Conventions, Hegseth writes. What if we treated the enemy the way they treated us? Would that not be an incentive for the other side to reconsider their barbarism? Hey, Al-Qaeda, if you surrender, we might spare your life. If you do not, we will rip your arms off and feed them to hogs. Makes me wonder in 2024, if you want to win, how can anyone write universal rules about killing other people in open conflict, especially against enemies who fight like savages, disregarding human life in every single instance? Maybe instead we are just fighting with one hand behind our back and the enemy knows it. No, Mr. Hegseth. No, Mr. Hegseth. We are fighting the way civilized societies were supposed to fight, by complying our conduct with the Geneva Convention. America is not supposed to behave with the, quote, barbarism that you impute on others. America is supposed to show an example of how the world should behave, because without law and order, all is lost. And as we see right here, all is lost under the Trump regime. That letter I just showed you, that statement I just read for you, again, written by the former top military lawyers who put out that statement saying that the conduct by Hegseth and everybody in the chain of command constitutes war crimes. Tell me what you think in the comments below. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
About what's happening near Venezuela. We have seen the US administration going after drug boats, they say. We've seen more than, 80 people killed. And if it is about drugs, do you think that Colombia could be at risk here?
No, lo que está detrás es lo mismo que está detrás de la guerra de Ucrania.
¿Qué es? Which
Petróleo. Petróleo.
Que los americanos van atrás del petróleo. Americans are
Y
chasing
tiene
oil.
que ver con todo lo que he hablado en esta reunión, que a veces tú pues, la coges como un tema ajeno, pero está en el centro de las circunstancias. Entonces se llama petróleo. Colombia no. Venezuela tiene una de las mayores o la mayor reserva del mundo en petróleo hasta ahora pesado. Ojo con esa definición. Y en Ucrania hay reservas. Y en general todas las guerras de este siglo han tenido que ver con el petróleo.
We know President Trump is transactional. You're saying he's going after Venezuela's oil. If that is the case, do you think the United States will strike inside of Venezuela?
Van a conseguir el petróleo casi gratuito.
Porque
es lo que define la Trump no está negociando con Maduro en temas de drogas, porque no es tonto. Solo hay que mirar los números. Solo por ahí un 4% de la producción de drogas de cocaína de Colombia, porque no producimos mayormente otras cosas, sale por Venezuela. Solo el margen.
Sí.
La mayor parte está saliendo por el Océano Pacífico. La mayor parte. Entonces, una negociación sobre petróleo. Yo creo que la lógica de Trump es esa misma. No está pensando en la democratización de Venezuela, ni menos en el narcotráfico.
Is Maduro a narco-trafficker? Is he a drug lord? Is he a dictator? And should he be allowed to get on a plane without facing any of the human rights consequences?
El problema de Maduro se llama democracia. Yo lo reconozco así.
Falta de democracia.
Falta de democracia y de diálogo.
Pero you don't see him as a head of a cartel de los soles?
Ninguna investigación colombiana que es independiente del presidente y en años en que yo no he sido presidente.
Pero no lo veo como el jefe del narcotráfico. You don't see him as a head.
Nos muestra una relación del narcotráfico colombiano con Maduro. Nos muestra 2 oficiales de alto rango del ejército venezolano ligados al narcotráfico. Pero aquí hemos tenido como 10
Okay, so
que también los hemos investigado.
so should Maduro be allowed to get on a plane without facing any of the consequences?
Debería y ser juzgado, investigado como cualquiera de nosotros. Pero hasta ahora, en los datos colombianos, no en los de los Estados Unidos, que no conozco, en los datos jurídicos colombianos no aparece algo que se llama cartel de los soles.
And you're saying there's a lack of democracy with Maduro, but you're not saying he's a dictator. ¿Cómo lo define usted? How would you
Yo
define
dije, el
yourself?
problema de Maduro se llama democracia.
¿Solo eso? Just that?
Entonces, pues, no estoy diciendo que no sea dictador, porque las dictaduras se meten es en el concepto de la falta de democracia. Unas más que otras, pero así son. Entonces no me puedes ligar esos 2 conceptos que ya yo lo dije, es falta de democracia.
If you were to give a message to the American people, to the US administration, what would be that message, Mr.
Mi mensaje
President?
es el que le dan a todos los miembros de las fuerzas especiales de los Estados Unidos. La función de ustedes, dicen ahí en los juramentos, es luchar contra la opresión. Te voy a mostrar aquí algo que se encontró en una iglesia católica en San Francisco, Estados Unidos, que quiero que miren. Creo que es un poco lo que está pasando ahora.
Expliquen lo que estamos
Sí,
mirando.
esto está en un vitral de esos que se usan de colores en el vidrio. Y es como un homenaje a los veteranos de los Estados Unidos que ganaron la guerra que llaman contra España, 1898-1902, ni más ni menos, casi medio Estados Unidos o medio México, que es Texas, California y otros estados hoy de Estados Unidos que fueron de México y a la fuerza se les quitaron. Puedes ver la medalla, es 2 oficiales de los Estados Unidos de una mujer latinoamericana
De rodillas, on
de
her
rodillas
knees.
y desnuda. Todo lo que nosotros criticamos los españoles.
¿Qué está pasando ahora en Estados Unidos?
Y
That's happening right
esto
now in the
pasó en
United
esa
States.
época, digamos, se llama colonización, se llama imperio, se llama humillar a los seres humanos.
What is the message, Mr. President?
Ahora nos está pasando lo mismo.
America is
Entonces
oppressing.
tenemos unos
Americano
Estados
está
Unidos,
apresando.
su gobierno,
¿Sí?
tratando de imponernos criterios.
Let me tell you what, Mr. President, what this administration, the White House has said. It said it's not only sanctioned you for your role in the, quote, illicit drug trade, but has also decertified Colombia in its fight against drug trafficking. U.S. Secretary Bresson recently said, I'm going to cite him, since President Gustavo Petro came to power, cocaine production in Colombia has exploited to the highest rate in decades, flooding the United States and poisoning Americans. How do you respond, Mr. President, one, to those sanctions, but also to those words?
Bien, el informe que sacó las Naciones Unidas en su Comisión de Drogas, que es lo que hemos aceptado como oficial, tiene problemas reconocidos por ellos mismos de tipo de manejo de la estadística y estamos en discusión sobre utilizar variables objetivas, no subjetivas. Y es el que ha recogido, le han informado a Trump, yo creo que Trump no ha leído el informe, sino que ciertos amigos de la mafia colombiana, amigos colombianos, políticos, le han transferido a la extrema derecha política republicana de la Florida para que le transmita a Rubio.
The DEA put out a report in March of this year that said 84% of drugs seized in the United States comes from Colombia. I spoke to your Minister of Defense in September in London, and he said this to me, and I'm quoting him, every 40 minutes, we destroy a drug laboratory in Colombia. The problem is that drug manufacturing in our country has snowballed, he said, in unexpected outcomes. Why has it snowballed? Speak to that.
Bien, te voy a mostrar un mapa que tiene la base del informe de Naciones Unidas, el Comité de Drogas, que es donde sale la fuente. para tanto para Estados Unidos como para nosotros. ¿Y por qué Trump está engañado? Siempre el primer productor de cocaína del mundo ha sido Colombia, desde que se consume. Entonces no estamos hablando de un cambio. Usar eso como si fuera un cambio es mentira. Pues claro que nosotros sabemos que la mayor parte de la cocaína que se consume en Estados Unidos proviene de Colombia. Esa no es noticia. Y es el porcentaje, es el mayor productor. Incluso no es 100%, como acabas de decir, antes era 100%. Pero los datos muestran unas cosas diferentes. Primero, el consumo de cocaína en Estados Unidos no está aumentando. Se detuvo. No se detuvo por razón nuestra. Se detuvo por razón de la demanda en Estados Unidos. ¿Qué le pasó a Estados Unidos en los últimos años? Está consumiendo desaforadamente fentanilo. Y el consumo de fentanilo ha frenado el crecimiento de la demanda de cocaína.
Entonces, para clarificar, bajo su presidencia, la producción de cocaína no ha crecido. Let me just clarify.
No,
Under your presidency,
ojo con eso. Este cuadro muestra que sí,
right? So,
pero no a Estados Unidos.
Right, not to the
Y
United
ahora te
States. Hasn't,
explico.
yeah.
Ha crecido, pero si ustedes se fijan en este cuadro que es cocaína real, ¿cierto? No potencial, error de Trump. La mayor pendiente, y esto no lo examina Trump, es esta. La mayor pendiente. Esto es el gobierno de Duque. Nos entrega a nosotros 230,000 hectáreas de hoja de coca, cuando eran 140,000. Ahí se produce el disparo de la producción, del cultivo de hoja de coca. ¿Qué es lo que quiere el gobierno de Estados Unidos que yo haga? Yo les digo que no, porque los datos demuestran que la erradicación forzada es ineficaz en la medida que no cuenta con la voluntad de los campesinos. Isa, discúlpame, porque está en mi defensa. El gobierno que más ha incautado cocaína en la historia mundial, desde que se conoce, digamos, es el gobierno de Colombia bajo mi mandato. Tenemos la mayor incautación de cocaína en la historia.
I mean, I wonder whether what you've just told us, what you've just laid out, whether President Trump is listening to what your argument, because the State Department has said that your policies against drug are inefficient and disastrous.
Sí, lo que dice el presidente Trump es contraevidente.
Why doesn't he listen? Why do you think he doesn't? Why don't you think he doesn't hear you? ¿Por qué cree que no lo escucha?
Por soberbia. Porque él cree que soy un matón subversivo, terrorista y cosas de ese estilo, simplemente porque fui militante del M-19 que levantó en Colombia en épocas de hace 34 años la bandera de la democracia.
Criticizing the genocide in Gaza, for breaking off diplomatic and economic ties with Israel. Really, Petro's become one of the most prominent leaders in the world in supporting Palestine at this moment. And in fact, very shortly before Petro and his wife and son and the interior minister were put on the OFAC list, Petro had made a very fiery speech at the UN calling for an end to the genocide and saying that, there may have to be, a military action to stop it. I also think, however, a big reason is that he won't support an invasion of Venezuela. He's made that clear. Colombia has been a beachhead of the U.S. for decades. There are still 7 military bases there in the U.S., which I'm sure the U.S. would like to use to attack Venezuela, but Petro won't allow that.
Welcome back to Legitimate Targets, everybody. I hope you're all having a great day. I've got a very special guest joining me on today's episode. Dan Kovalik is back once again, and we are honored for the opportunity here. He is an American human rights and labor rights lawyer, attorney, as you probably have seen online. He is now representing Colombian President Gustavo Petro in the United States amid all of the crazy legal battles that are being thrust upon him and upon the Colombian people and the Venezuelan people now, as well as we've all seen by President Trump. It is really unfortunate to see our White House going down this route. We should be securing peace with the rest of the world rather than waging war and sanctioning first families, things of this nature. But Dan Kovalik is also an author. He is a professor. He is an activist. And I'm very honored to have him here with us today. So, Dan, thank you so much for joining us. I want to get your thoughts on just the state of play in Latin America. What do you think is the broad goal here of the United States? Tucker Carlson has commented on it. He's voiced his opinion. He's talked about the fact that there is a social element at play. There is obviously the economic element at play with the oil and the resources. And then there's just the age-old military-industrial complex that is immersed with this Latin expat community, the Gusanos in Florida, who have been pushing for all of this madness for a very long time. What do you think is behind this?
Yeah, well, first of all, it seems like there was some indication by the Pentagon. They put out a statement or a paper, I don't know, a couple months ago, essentially signaling that they were going to pivot away from threatening China and Russia and start looking closer to home at the Western Hemisphere. And it appears that's what the U.S. is doing. This is essentially, the manifestation of the Monroe Doctrine from 1823, which has always been in place since then. And the Teddy Roosevelt corollary to that doctrine, which is that the U.S. can use military force in the hemisphere to assert its influence. And the Monroe Doctrine says that the U.S. has the sole influence in the region. At that time, that was directed towards Europe, essentially telling Europe, stay out of here. This is our domain. And now that the Monroe Doctrine is more aimed towards Russia, China, Iran, to tell them, we don't want you here. So I think after many failures in foreign policy and wars abroad, the U.S. decided to pay more attention to this hemisphere. And now it looks like, they may be possibly getting ready for some sort of military attack on Venezuela, an attack of which we really haven't seen much since World War II in this hemisphere. We've mostly seen covert actions, right, to overthrow governments, not naval ships going to attack countries like the U.S. did in this hemisphere more in the early 20th century. There have been exceptions, and some people have pointed out the one big exception was the invasion of Panama in 1989. And that needs a little explaining. Just like the attacks now on Venezuela and these boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific, the U.S. claimed it was invading Panama over drugs. It was claiming that Noriega was a big drug pin, and that they needed to oust him, which they did, and they arrested him, and he was in jail in the United States. I think he died in jail, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, it was true in that case that Noriega was engaged in trafficking for drugs, and we know this because he was doing it as an agent of the CIA, okay? So that wasn't the problem. That he was doing what he was supposed to there. The reason they invaded Panama was because he refused to continue allowing the U.S. to use Panama as a staging ground for the Contras, for the Nicaraguan Contras. That was his great sin. So the U.S. bombed the city of Panama City, the working class neighborhoods, killed hundreds, if not thousands of people. It's not even known how many people died in that. That was really, the biggest invasion of its kind in this hemisphere by the U.S. really in the last decades. And again, there were other smaller exceptions. There was the Grenada invasion, 1983, which was much smaller in scope. And Lyndon Johnson invaded the Dominican Republic in 1965. So there have been examples of that, but again, very few and far between. So this is a major escalation of this kind. And I think, is oil a big reason? Sure. I think, it's like Chomsky said about Iraq when the U.S. was getting to invade Iraq. He said, if Iraq's main export was cabbage instead of oil, we wouldn't be doing this. And I think that's true with Venezuela, right? But as you said, there's some other reasons as well. They want to destroy socialism in Venezuela. They have since Chavez came to power in 1999. And they want to destroy Cuba as well, Cuban socialism, and Venezuela is a big ally of Cuba. So kind of all the above are reasons the U.S. is doing what it's doing right now.
When you look at the buildup that they have in the Caribbean, I can't imagine you consume that much fuel and you amass that many ships, that much aircraft, and a sizable amount of troops, 17,000, 18,000 troops, for the purpose of just strong arming Maduro. Obviously, they're doing strikes on these fishing vessels and other vessels, but I can't imagine they're just going to sail on off back to the United States or the Mediterranean or wherever else they go next. Do you think that they're actually going to try decapitation strikes or strikes on Venezuela's infrastructure?
I think there's a very good chance of that, of course. There have been other attempts by the U.S. to assassinate Nicolas Maduro. In fact, one was, there was a case where several years ago, mercenaries from the U.S. were actually caught by Venezuela in the attempt to do that. Initially, they were spotted by fishermen who pointed them out and helped get them captured. So sure, there's a chance that they would try to do that.
Mm-hmm.
In a way that they've done before. In the case of, for example, Salvador Allende, the U.S. didn't use its own, military power, but it supported the coup against Allende in 1973, which included the bombing of the presidential palace by Chile's own Air Force, right? So you could see something like that now. However, I will say that the U.S. is certainly capable of assembling the Navy to threaten a country, to try to produce a political change, a change in government. In fact, there's a name for this. It's called gunboat diplomacy, right? And this is an old-timey thing, again, going back to Teddy Roosevelt and William Howard Taft, that the U.S. is certainly capable of doing to try to essentially strong-arm a country into changing its government, either through surrender or by inspiring a domestic, coup d'etat. So either of those are real possibilities, and I think it hasn't been decided yet which of these are going to do.
And the threats are not just limited to Venezuela. They have also come after President Gustavo Petro in Colombia. Threats of regime change, even quite direct ones on Trump's Truth Social feed. And this, I think, all kind of started after President Petro came to New York for the United Nations General Assembly, and he spoke there. He condemned Israel's actions, said it's a genocide, called on the world to create a plural-nation force to wage war effectively against Israel and liberate Palestine. And he also called for the conscientious objection of U.S. soldiers to refuse to participate in the actions of the U.S. empire all across the globe. He lost his visa. his family was sanctioned and he was sanctioned, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure you can clarify this considering you are representing President Petro in the U.S., I'd imagine, on these sorts of issues. And but the big point here that I think needs to be made is that Colombia used to be considered the Israel of Latin America, like the U.S. puppet state of Latin America. And given that it has this huge border with Venezuela, maybe the Cuban exiles are getting a little bit too happy about the prospects of war on Venezuela, and then they could take back Colombia. What you think that's what is behind this?
I do. I think, again, I think there's a few things behind this. I think the U.S. was increasingly upset at Petro for criticizing the genocide in Gaza, for breaking off diplomatic and economic ties with Israel. Really, Petro's become one of the leaders, most prominent leaders in the world in supporting Palestine at this moment. And in fact, very shortly before Petro and his wife and son and the interior minister were put on the OFAC list, Petro had made a very fiery speech at the UN calling for an end to the genocide and saying that, there may have to be, a military action to stop it. So I think that's a big reason. I also think, however, a big reason is that he won't support an invasion of Venezuela. He's made that clear. As you say, Colombia has been a beachhead of the U.S. for decades. There are still 7 military bases there in the U.S., which I'm sure the U.S. would like to use to attack Venezuela, but Petro won't allow that. And so, yeah, I think in that sense, he's an obstacle to the U.S.'s foreign policy goals, and also just by being president, he's an obstacle because he's not a tool of U.S. imperialism like his predecessors were in a very big way. They would like to see, he's going to be gone in about 8 months because he can't run again under the Constitution. So his term's up soon and he will not be president, but his party is ahead in the polls. And his party is running Ivan Cepeda, who's an actual communist. So you better believe the U.S. doesn't want him to win. So I'm sure a lot of this has to do with that too. So yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces here, but it's pretty clear what's happening and why.
When President Petro was first elected, I'll admit, I was very worried because we had just seen, or we were in the process of witnessing Boric elected in Chile. And I was not happy about that. I was vindicated about that. We were all vindicated about that. He's gone a really, really weird path with his leadership. Lula obviously was in the process, I believe, of coming back or already back. And it was not the Lula that we had known in the past. Still not horrendous, but not the Lula we knew in the past. And things were not looking good either in it was kind of on a downward trend in Bolivia, with this fracturing of the movement, in Peru with Pedro Castillo having this soft coup, if you will, by I believe it was the vice president or the foreign minister. A lot of bad things going on at that time in Latin America. But President Petro has proven to be an exemplary leader, at least when it comes to speaking out against U.S. imperialism and the genocide. But within Colombia, how is the situation? We don't see stories of Colombians going hungry, so I can't imagine the mainstream media in the U.S. is happy about that. There's no fodder for their propaganda. But is the situation in Colombia improving?
Definitely, it's improved under Petro, and because of Petro, because of things he's done as president and things he did before, and that one of the things is supporting the peace process. There's still some internal domestic, civil conflict, but it's not nearly on the level it had been for years when the U.S. was giving $10 billion of military aid to Colombia and there were hundreds of thousands of people being killed. Mm-hmm. That for the moment is gone. I mean, there's nothing like that on that scale. So that's good. He's done a lot of social programs, including housing programs for the poor. One thing, again, far from supporting the drug trade, Petro's been a longtime fighter of the drug trade, but he's done it in a way that's much more progressive and also effective, and that is he's engaged in a lot of crop substitution programs, right? Encouraging farmers to grow things. If they were growing coca that was being used for cocaine, they've been encouraged to use the land for other things like food. And that's been a very successful program. The government has reclaimed many acres of land through that program from being used for coca production. So he's done a great job. I mean, he's very popular amongst the poor, working class people, indigenous people. By the way, there's about 100 different indigenous groups there. Also, Afro-Colombian groups. A lot of people don't think of Black people in Colombia, but they have a very large Black population. Colombia is the largest Spanish-speaking Afro descendant city, I believe, in outside of North America. So, and his vice president is an Afro-Colombian woman, Francia Marquez. So, I mean, what he represents and what he's done is kind of a miracle, given that he still has a very hostile military, right? This right-wing military that also has ties to death squads, it still is the same in its essence that it's been. You're not going to change that overnight. And so everything he's done has been at his peril. He's really risked his life for that. Now, I will say, in terms of the military, I'll tell you something, Jackson. I've been to Colombia. I've been going there since 1999. I've been there maybe 30 times. I don't know. I've been all over the country. So I have a good sense of the country and how things have changed over the years. And on this last trip I made a few weeks ago to Colombia, I had a number of interactions with the military because, of course, I was in Santa Marta, where the CELAC conference was. Oh, and the EU was there too. And where Petro was. I met Petro there. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of military and police to protect all these diplomats and to protect the president. So I had a lot of interactions with the military. And all I can say is they were as sweet as punch. I mean, they were very friendly. They were not threatening in the way they had been in the past when I was there. When, you did not look a military, person in the eyes back then. They were scary, scary people. It felt very different. So Petro obviously has done something there too. He certainly has made some changes in the security forces. But, again, there's a lot of right-wing people still ensconced in the military.
I didn't know the U.S. had that many military bases in Colombia. 7, you said?
7, yes.
So, given that Ecuador just voted to, I guess, uphold the Rafael Correa era constitutional law, I believe it is, saying no foreign military bases, no U.S. military bases in our country. Speaking, I guess, as a commentator, as a journalist, rather than the attorney of the president, what do you think this next administration, if they get elected, you said they're ahead in the polls right now, do you think that there could be any sort of movement on the question of U.S. military presence inside of Colombia? Do you think that will be something on the agenda?
I think it would be. I actually know Ivan Cepeda, who's running for president. And as I said, he's a communist. His dad was a communist who was murdered by the government, the right-wing government at that time. He's very progressive, very radical. I would think he might make moves in that direction. However, I think he would have to go very slowly because it really could put him and his government at grave risk of annihilation by the United States. I mean, because his military bases have been there so long, I don't think the U.S. would give them up very easily. So, and that's why I think Petro hasn't made a move against him. I mean, you can only, you got to focus on what you feel you can do. And we'll see. I think that's got to be a process, and probably a negotiated process with the United States, because, again, I think there would be a lot of peril in trying to do that. I think Cepeda, though, will definitely focus on social programs, on trying to certainly demilitarize Colombia, which has been very militarized again over the years with the help of the U.S. So again, I think it's a work in progress for sure.
And looking at the broader region, we can round our discussion off at this point. I don't know if they've been instituted or if they were just threatened, but I know that very large tariffs were threatened against Nicaragua, against the Sandinista government there, something like 100% tariffs, which is, Nicaragua is one of the poorest countries, I believe, in Central America. You have a troop increase, a deployment in Haiti, which is just madness right now, thanks to the United States and what we've done there and what the West has done there for years and years. And of course, there's the ever-long threat against Cuba.
Yes.
Do you think that all of these threats will materialize into action? And what do you think the goal is here? Is it just going to be a total focus, like you said at the start of the conversation, on Central and Southern America to instill full U.S. control?
I think it will. I think that will be the goal. And by the way, as you know, they've also threatened Mexico with possible military intervention. So, again, how much of that will happen, I'm not certain, but certainly their goal will be to get rid of the governments in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. That's going to be top of their list. With Cuba, they're clearly engaged in a policy of economic strangulation, which they hope will lead to regime change. And Cuba is suffering greatly because of it. And so I do think, I think they believe with these combined efforts, economic sanctions and some form of military action, they can carry out some regime change in these countries. I think Nicaragua is very safe. I mean, knock on wood, I think the government there is very popular, very secure. The army is fully Sandinista. The police are fully Sandinista, very loyal to Danielle. So I think it would take a lot to get rid of Danielle. I think also Venezuela, the military is very loyal because, they've had 25 years or so to clean house there. But I do think economically it's more vulnerable, and Cuba's very vulnerable economically. I worry about Cuba, So we'll see. It's a time in this hemisphere of great struggle, the kind of struggle, again, that we saw in the 20th century, that I saw growing up, So it's very familiar to me in that way, but also very scary.
And one last question. I just thought about this as you were saying that. When I was at the shrine, or the I don't know what the exact word is, at the monument for Simon Bolivar in Caracas on my last trip there, and they have the flags up on the wall, the 6 or 7 countries that used to make up the broader Bolivarian Republic.
Gran Colombia, they called it. Yes.
Gran Colombia. Are there any talks to try and formally, rebirth that sort of a great state? Because you see, there is no power in small countries. At least that's what I see on the surface. That's why I think in the Sahel, you have Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, uniting together. I know there's talk underway there of creating a greater Sahel state. Russia and China are two. Maybe North Korea is an exception, but even that is a pretty big country unto itself. And Iran is pretty big unto itself. Do you think that there would be any serious conversations about something like that in Grand Colombia is what it was called?
Yes. Yes. And it existed for a period of decades as a state. And its capital was in Bogota. And it included Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Panama, because remember, Panama was part of Colombia. The U.S. helped break it off from Colombia, but at that time it was part of Colombia. It included Guyana and part of Brazil even. I think there's a possibility, particularly there's, always Chavez often talked about wanting to rebuild Gran Colombia, and I think certainly some sort of federation between Colombia and Venezuela would be possible. I think those are the two countries that, of all the ones I mentioned, could realistically, join in some sort of federation. I mean, they have during the height of the conflict in Colombia in the 2000s, you had millions of Colombians who moved to Venezuela and are now citizens there. There's a huge percentage of Venezuelans who are Colombian immigrants. And then, of course, with the economic problems in Venezuela, there have been a lot of Venezuelans who moved to Colombia. So, you have this kind of cross-pollination. So it would make a lot of sense, I think, to have, again, at least those two countries in some sort of federation.
Well, it's food for thought for the future. Dan Kovalik, thank you so much for joining me today. Where is the best place for people to follow along with you online, and where can when I was in Caracas, I got to meet and hang out with the alleged Tren de Aragua criminals who are coming back from the U.S. These guys, they didn't even fit the mold of like what the CIA alleged Tren de Aragua was. The people I met were just like random young guys that were trying to find economic opportunities in the United States. They told me the jobs they worked. Most of them did Uber, DoorDash, Uber Eats, stuff like that. You get the idea. It's like they just make up a lie. They make a big scene of we arrested all these Venezuelan terrorists, narco terrorists, and then they use this several months later to try and start a war. But it's all based on lies. I'm going to be honest with you all. I don't really know what's going on in Venezuela right now. I think the debate is between whether or not the U.S. is prepared to do decapitation strikes on Venezuela's infrastructure, civil infrastructure, or whether they are going to simply utilize these tactics of gunboat diplomacy, trying to force Maduro to, show his hand by way of sending all of these ships. 15-20% of the U.S. Navy is now in the Caribbean encircling Venezuela. And if you judge the situation based on Trump's word, the situation becomes even more complex and hard to follow. Trump has come out this week and said that again, for the second time he's come out and I guess said that he's authorized CIA operations inside of Venezuela, which is laughable on its face because it's like, are we going to seriously sit here and not act like the CIA has been actively operating in Venezuela, that they have not been actively operating in Venezuela for the past 20 plus years? Are we going to act like the CIA has not been actively operating in Venezuela, in Caracas even, for the past 20 plus years since Hugo Chavez came to power? Because we know they have. They've admitted to it. They've admitted to horrific atrocities, actually, blowing up power generators, power stations that killed like over 60 Venezuelans. They've admitted to knocking out the energy in Venezuela, which caused people to die in hospitals. They have admitted to doing these regime change attempts, invading Venezuela. They've admitted to so much. We know for a fact that the CIA has been active there. I know for a fact that the Venezuelans know this. I know that for a fact because when I was there the first time, they told me, they said, we estimate that there are the X many CIA agents that are operating in this city at this time. They know it. The U.S. knows it. The idea that Trump is coming out and saying like, oh, well, we approved the CIA to do something. It's like, bro, you're not fooling anyone. You don't look stronger because you're saying it. You just look stupid. At the same time, Trump is coming out and saying this.
Maduro, the U.S. designated him the leader of this foreign terrorist organization. Why do you want to talk to him if he's the leader?
If we can save lives, if we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too. Mr. President.
Maduro.
So brave, so strong, 18,000 troops, 2 U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups, 20% of the entire U.S. Navy's in the region. If we can do this the hard way, we can do this the easy way. Something tells me that either way you choose to move forward with Venezuela at this point is going to be a hard pill to swallow for the U.S. establishment. Either you have like a Vietnam-style war, an Afghanistan, worse than Afghanistan, a Vietnam failure of a war in Venezuela, maybe worse than Vietnam, actually. You either do that, or you basically admit defeat and sail back to U.S. ports with your tail between your legs after failing to achieve your stated goals of regime change here. You sail back your 20% of your Navy back to the U.S. or maybe back to the Mediterranean. You wasted all of that fuel. You wasted all the time. You wasted all the resources. You wasted all the training that you did in Trinidad and Tobago and Puerto Rico, U.S. Marine Corps base Camp Pendleton. All of that was a waste, and you walk back home in this walk of shame. Okay. So I don't think that Trump really understands what's going on here. Fox News is now reporting that Trump will not attack Venezuela because of the drug trade, but because of Russia, China, and Iran. U.S. officials told Fox News that the Caribbean military buildup goes beyond targeting Maduro or Venezuela, and that it's about getting Russia, China, and Iran out of the Western Hemisphere. I just love this idea that like the U.S. controls the entire Western Hemisphere. It's Monroe Doctrine didn't make sense then, doesn't make sense now. Venezuela is a sovereign country. They can choose to do business with whoever they want, and they can choose to invite whoever they want into their country. Now, if Venezuela starts taking offensive military action or threats against the United States, that'd be a different story. That objectively, that would be different. If they started pointing, ICBMs at the United States, Russian ICBMs, North Korean ICBM, that'd be a different thing. But they're not doing that. The top import-export trade partner of Venezuela is the United States. Chevron, U.S. company, accounts for 25% of Venezuela's daily oil output of 1 million barrels per day in total. Venezuela is not they're not North Korea. Let's be real. We can all hope and dream, but they are not North Korea. This is a very pragmatic people. It is a Christian country. It is a traditional country. It's a gun-loving country. This country is not a country we should be waging war against if we claim to uphold these values that we ascribe to being the foundation of America. And Trump labeling Cartel de Solos, Cartel of the Suns, as a terror group is hilarious because, as Max Blumenthal exposes here, it was literally created by the CIA. Take a listen.
Okay, Max Blumenthal, a lot to unpack here, obviously. First of all, on that point about the attacks on these boats, there'll be a lot of Americans who'll say, well, if they are drug smugglers, happy days. Why should we care?
There are not a lot of Americans who believe that. Only 29% of Americans, according to a recent Reuters Ipsos poll, support these murderous attacks on supposed drug boats without due process that have killed citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as Colombian citizens, and caused British government to suspend intelligence cooperation, as the virtual ambassador James Story just acknowledged. This is all based, as Ryan pointed out, on a series of WMD level lies that haven't even been explained to the American public, which is why only 21% of the American public, according to that poll, supports this criminal regime change war in the making, which will negatively affect them. That's what Story meant when he referred to knock-on effects, meaning more mass migration. The big lie of this war is the Cartel of the Suns. As Ryan said, the Cartel of the Suns was literally created by the CIA, also known as the Cocaine Import Agency, to ship 22 tons of drugs into the United States in the early 90s through its main point of contact in the pre-Chavez Venezuelan National Guard, General Ramon Guillén Davila. And he wore a patch on his arm that was a sun. And so they just called it the Cartel of the Suns as cover. And they thought that they would use these. This was also during the 80s under Reagan. They thought they would use these drug shipments to gain intelligence on drug traffickers in the US. It wound up poisoning our own society. The CIA, for doing that, should be classified as a narco-terrorist organization. Then there's Tren de Aragua, the supposed gang that Nicolas Maduro is said to control by the Trump administration. That's another WMD level lie that US intelligence exposed in a declassified April report from this year. And you know what happened? Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard came out and presided over the firing of the two officials who exposed the lie that Maduro controls TDA and is invading the United States. Why are migrants coming to our shores? It's because of the coup program, the regime change program that virtual ambassador and coup manager Jimmy Story and other U.S. foreign policy apparatchiks oversaw, which brought Venezuela's economy to its knees by 2020, reversing all the gains they had made when Hugo Chavez slashed extreme poverty by 50%. This caused mass migration, and it's not just according to me, it's according to Thomas Shannon, who was Undersecretary for the State Department in Donald Trump's administration, who said U.S. sanctions reduced Venezuela's economy to dust. He told this to the Washington Post, and it caused out-migration. So if Donald Trump is going to fall into Marco Rubio's selfish Gusano games, we are going to see another massive wave of migration to the U.S.-Mexico border. And whether you're on the right or the left, you do not want that, and you cannot fall for another WMD series of lies that will produce a Libya in the Western Hemisphere.
Well said. Scorched earth, Max Blumenthal. I'm so glad I literally never have to debate Max Blumenthal because I agree with him, I think, on just about everything. So I'm very happy I don't have to debate him. But everything he said is true. CIA created Cartel of the Suns. Tren de Aragua is a total lie. Last time I was in Caracas, I got offered to go to like the alleged home of Tren de Aragua, and it's not a thing anymore. And when it was a thing, it was like corrupt oligarchs and stuff. The idea that it was like a major drug trader, this is what the CIA does. When I was in Caracas last time, less than a year ago, several months ago, whatever, I went to this event. This was not the reason I was there, but like I participated in an event while I was on the trip when I was in Caracas. And I got to meet and hang out with the alleged Tren de Aragua criminals who were coming back from the U.S. And, it was so interesting because these guys, they didn't even fit the mold of like what the CIA alleged Tren de Aragua was. They said that all these Tren de Aragua people, they all have the tattoos. And like the guys I met, like they had short sleeve shirts, they had short pants, short shorts, and they, there's no tattoos from what I saw. Allegedly, they're supposed to have tattoos on their arms visible or in their hands. Didn't see tattoos. I met these guys and, they were telling me what they were doing in the U.S. They were just trying to, essentially, they were like, look, the U.S. ruined our country via sanctions. We tried to go to the U.S. and have some sort of economic opportunity for our families, send back money. It's a very simple story. It's like the U.S. imposes sanctions, regime change on countries all across the world. Shocker, the migrants who are affected by these policies, the civilians, they come to Europe, they come to the United States to try and find shelter, safe haven, economic opportunities. And everyone gets upset by it. And it's like, well, maybe you shouldn't have supported the politicians that promoted these wars or these sanctions in the first place. I met the Trinidad Agua guys, after it was like 24 hours after they got off the plane back from the United States. Their mothers were there at this event. The mothers were so happy. They were crying, seeing their young boys for the first time. They were so worried that they were going to get thrown in prison, locked away in the United States for literally doing objectively nothing other than violating our immigration law and going into the United States illegally, which is a crime. But I mean, just kick them out. Don't indefinitely hold these people. Don't torture them. Don't deprive them of their basic human rights, right? So it was a very moving event. These guys, they're not gangsters. They're not criminals. Like, I know what gangsters are. Maybe, I don't know what Venezuelan gangsters are, as insofar as what the CIA claims they are. But they were definitely not the people I met. The people I met were just like random young guys that were trying to find economic opportunities in the United States. They told me the jobs they work. Most of them did Uber, DoorDash, Uber Eats, stuff like that. They did delivery services. They did very unfulfilling jobs, but that was kind of what was available. Some were cooks. Some were working as, like, one of them was working, doing some farm work, agricultural work. You get the idea. It's like they just make up a lie. They make a big scene of we arrested all these Venezuelan terrorists, narco terrorists, and then they use this several months later to try and start a war. But it's all based on lies. The American people know this, as Max Blumenthal stated. This is really incredible. New CBS News YouGov poll says 70% of Americans would oppose U.S. military action in Venezuela. Only 30% say they would favor it. And when you break down the specific numbers, it gets even crazier. 42% of Republicans oppose war with Venezuela. These are all percents that oppose war with Venezuela in America. 42% of Republicans oppose it. 47% of conservatives, 66% of men who would be expected to participate in this war oppose it. 66% of Gen X, 68% of millennials, 69% of whites, 69% of Hispanics. That's an important stat. 73% of boomers oppose this. 74% of women. 77% of Gen Z oppose war on Venezuela, any sort of war on Venezuela. 78% of independents and 81% of blacks oppose war on Venezuela. The American people, by and large, overwhelmingly, you can't get 70% of Americans to agree on anything, but 70% of Americans agree on this. No war with Venezuela. We're not buying the CIA lies. We're not buying Marco Rubio's lies. Marco Rubio is not going to be president. Mike Pompeo is not going to be president. John Bolton's not going to be president. We are not going to wage a war for the oil companies, for the mineral companies, for Marco Rubio and his band of Gusano donors, for the CIA in Venezuela. Not going to happen. Makes me proud to be an American when I see stuff like this. It really does. The American people know what's up. Before you leave, I want to say thank you for the
were attracted to the president because of his reticence to get us involved in foreign war.
Right. No one voted to go to war in Venezuela. They voted for the exact opposite. They voted to end all of these regime change wars. Welcome back to the Jimmy Dore Show. I'm your guest host, Chris Keene, filling in for Jimmy. He's on his way back from Australia right now. I'm here with Kurt Metzger and Misha Paulin. And it's a good thing the Ukraine war might be ending because we're ramping up for another war. You can never have enough wars here in America. Let me tell you. We're going to Venezuela, folks. Get ready. Strap on your boots. Rep Salazar on Venezuela. We're about to go in. We need to go in. Venezuela for the American oil companies will be a field day. Oh,
well, that's great.
Yes.
An oil field day.
An oil field day.
Wait, so they're just saying it out loud? Is that what's happening?
Apparently, we're not hiding it anymore. Here we go.
I would love to see a change in government. My wife's from Nicaragua. We know how terribly the dictators there rely on Venezuelan oil. But at the same time, a lot of Americans don't want actual U.S. participation in regime change in Venezuela. They would much prefer the Venezuelans to do it on their own. Do you think the pressure that Maduro has received will force him to leave on his own?
Oh, I think Maduro is not Fidel Castro. Maduro is not a brave boy. So now that he has understood that he's on that very nefarious list of the terrorist organization, that the airspace above Venezuela has been closed off and the commercial airlines from the United States are not flying, he's understanding that we're about to go in. He understands that he has been our enemy for the last 25 years. Venezuela, for those Americans who do not understand why we need to go in, basically for three reasons. You're in Fox Business. Venezuela for the American oil companies will be a field day because it will be more than $1 trillion in economic activity. American companies can go in and fix all the oil pipe, the whole oil rigs.
We got to go kill people for oil. I mean, you can't give up this oil.
Fixes other people's countries, the most American companies. Finally, they can go in. Kudlow is a scumbag from the Federal Reserve. He's like, I mean, okay, so he began as a staff economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and he worked in the Fed, and then he became. This guy's like a dark occultist by everything I'm looking at here. So you see how they're openly talking about this? We're gonna point to their shit.
It's unbelievable.
Is everybody seeing like?
Well, of course we have to go in. We have to. Of course we have to kill people. They have oil. Why would we not kill people? That's
and his wife from Nicaragua that has fairer and less disputable elections than America. Nicaragua runs their elections better than America does.
Venezuela is a country that, as far as I know, has never attacked us, never threatened to attack us, but we need to go kill people for oil.
Well,
That's
if you're not
great.
first, you're last.
What'd you say?
If you're not first, you're last.
All right. That's fun.
And I salute President Trump for having the fortitude, the courage, the political vision to be doing this, because Maduro is the head of a transnational criminal organization.
Yeah.
Maduro is not the legitimate president of the country. So we're not invading a sovereign country that has a free and fair elected democratic president. No. This guy is a thug, and he's good friends with Hezbollah. They are giving uranium to Hamas and to Iran and to North Korea.
They're giving uranium to Hamas. That's why. Yeah. This is the old weapons of mass destruction, part 2.
What country is she from?
I have no idea.
Boy, I thought Ilhan Omar was a bit of a kook.
Yeah, they're giving uranium to Hamas.
Wow, Ilhan Omar don't seem as bad as this broad, does she?
This is unbelievable. I mean, this just goes on.
Nicaragua. Come on, it's time for the United States to do what we need to do. And thank God that Trump is doing it. And I'm telling you that these people, the Venezuelans, have the largest reserves of oil in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We're talking about...
This is like a car salesman. Like, okay, you're going to have to kill a few people, but you get oil. We got some oil for you.
You know, maybe... I wouldn't just keep throwing in the oil part so hard to that, because it might take away from this beautiful message of freeing these people from. They're not a sovereign nation, Chris. You heard the woman.
Right.
They've got uranium that they're giving to Hezbollah.
Of course.
And Hamas.
Yes.
What if it gets in the hands of ISIS? Oh, wait, that's our friends now.
Yes, they come to the White House now. Here we go. Is this you? Says Max Blumenthal.
And do you support a no-fly zone in Ukraine?
I support everything that has to do with punishing Vladimir Putin and helping the Ukrainians.
Wouldn't that mean direct conventional warfare with Russia?
I don't know what it will mean, but you know, freedom is not free.
So you don't know what a no-fly zone will mean. If you have to shoot down Russian planes, I mean.
Of course.
Conventional war with Russia.
Start World War III. Why not?
Hi.
Who's this lady?
This lady has not
right
found
now?
a war she doesn't like.
Well, who is this?
Representative Salazar. I think she's from Florida.
She should do a calendar.
And here we go. Here's the cost of our post 9/11 war spending. $8 trillion we've spent on this garbage that this woman is getting you excited for. But you get oil. You get some
Her
oil.
name is Maria Elvira Salazar.
Yes. Elvira.
That's a witch name.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's funny. All right. President Trump on potential talks with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. If we can save lives, if we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too. This is a guy, Trump, who bragged about being against the Iraq war his whole life. Like before he was elected, his whole big thing was, I never voted for I was always against the Iraq war. And we got to end the regime change wars.
All of your leaders are puppets.
Yeah.
What do people need to see to understand that their leaders, they say all the things and then they're told what it's going to be.
Yes.
Can it be any clearer to everyone?
Yep.
Maduro, the U.S. Designated him the leader of this foreign terrorist organization. Why do you want to talk to him if he's the leader?
If we can save lives, if we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too. Mr. President.
Do what the hard way? Steal their oil?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? This country has not threatened us. They haven't attacked. I don't understand this. What?
Well, what about the dangerous drug running of their fishing boats?
Right, of course. So that means we should attack.
What kind of fish is it? Fentanyl fish?
Right.
Put it on Twitter. Blow them up.
Here's Rand Paul. I think once there's an invasion of Venezuela, or if they decide to re-up the subsidies and the gifts to Ukraine, I think you'll see a splintering and a fracturing of the MAGA movement.
I've seen you quoted as saying there are people in the administration who have wanted to go to war in Venezuela for some time. Who are you talking about?
I think it's clear that Senator Rubio, as a senator, was very much an advocate of regime change. This was at odds, really, with President Trump. And so when he was picked, a lot of people who had been supportive of President Trump were, oh, my goodness, they're picking someone much more hawkish and much more eager to be involved and to intervene in other countries. And so people worried. And then the first year or so, people are like, oh, well, Rubio's done a good job on foreign aid, and they've cut back on all of the abuse of these NGOs around the world. And I think the people supporting the president have been very supportive of the Secretary of State. But I think once there's an invasion of Venezuela, or if they decide to re-up the subsidies and the gifts to Ukraine, I think you'll see a splintering and a fracturing of the movement that has supported the president, because I think a lot of people, including myself, were attracted to the president because of his reticence to get us involved in foreign war.
Right. No one voted to go to war in Venezuela. They voted for the exact opposite. They voted to end all of these regime change wars, to end all of these wars.
Yeah.
This is the exact
She voted for a
opposite.
carbon tax also, by the way. She's a real interesting New World Order person.
Okay.
And she also, during the petition for the Epstein Files Transparency Act,
yeah,
Representative Maria Elvira Salazar was initially non-committal, saying she was still thinking about how to vote. No, you're a traitor, bitch, just for that. And then when Trump said release it, then she switched.
Well, do the people
also
on the
she's
list? Do the people on the list have oil? Maybe if they have some oil, we can call them
She's
out.
Lindsey Graham, bipartisan background checks for guns. So this is all New World Order shit. That's what this chick is.
Yeah.
She comes from Cuban maniacs. I don't know if you know Cubans, but when it comes to the irrationality about Cuba, they rival even the Zionists.
Oh, I don't know any Cubans. Are you Cuban, Misha?
Half.
All
Are
right.
you? Is that why you're so fat?
Yeah.
Well, here's CNN. Here's a clip of Maduro. What is your message to the people of the United States? They ask him. Maduro says, no more endless wars, no more unjust wars, no more Libya, no more Afghanistan. Do you have a message for President Trump? My message is yes, peace. Yes, peace.
That thug. Listen to
Yes.
this thug talk.
What is your message to the people of the United States, President? To unite for the peace of the continent. No more endless wars, no more unjust wars, no more Libya, no more Afghanistan. Do you have a message for President Trump? My message is yes, peace. Yes, peace.
Yo,
Sounds like a
anybody who'll go
dangerous
to
thing.
war
Yeah.
In Venezuela, if Trump is that fucking controlled and stupid, I mean, you are such a punk if you would fucking be part of an invasion of Venezuela. You are such a jerk off follower, order following dog. You worthless if you would go and do that war. I don't. It's so insane of a thing that I hope that it's not even going to happen.
I
But
hope
can you
so, too.
imagine who would volunteer for that? Who would obey that order? What kind of a punk?
I have no idea. I mean, we were in Afghanistan for 20 years, so I don't know
Well,
anymore.
okay, that one I get because I was dumb for 20 years and didn't understand any of this shit.
Yeah.
But now that we have hindsight of never winning a goddamn war and every single one of them being a mass murder, you'd think that would dawn on some people, right?
You would think so. And here we go. Same old, same old. Look at all of these interventions we've done since World War II. What has this done for our country? I don't
look at all those friends we've made along the way.
Yeah. And then we call other people terrorists, and this is what we're up to.
Yeah, look, this is the land of the plumed serpent, Amaru. It's named after Amaru. Okay, it's got nothing to do with any Christian, whatever dumb shit people think. It certainly don't have to do with the modern state of Israel. This is a devil country full of devil shit.
Invading Venezuela is not going to help anyone here in America. It might
The oil,
benefit
though.
some.
But what about the oil?
It'll help some oil companies. I think that's about it.
By the way, they got tech that's better than oil that they could just put out, but they're not going to until they kill these people and take their oil. That's a fact.
Well, hopefully after they get done with Ukraine, they'll start making a peace plan for Venezuela before it even starts. That's what I'm hoping.
Come see me on tour in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Waikiki, Hawaii, and the Comedy Store.
Do not make the mistake of attacking Venezuela. Do not make the mistake of coming for the people of Venezuela, because the people of Venezuela are ready. They are always ready alongside their armed forces to give the response that must be given at the moment. It must be given in defense of our sacred sovereignty. We are ready for everything. We are ready for combat. We are ready to die. But to die we shall never live, and we shall overcome. Now then, we see governments allowing the installation of military bases in the Caribbean, militarizing the Caribbean. There, we see governments acting against the popular sentiment. We saw it in Ecuador when the people were consulted. At least they consulted the people. The people gave a forceful response. No to military bases in Latin America and the Caribbean, no. But there are submissive governments, you know them. You know, who lend themselves to the imperialist game, to militarize the Caribbean, to turn the Caribbean into a closed sea for their interests. And that Caribbean Sea also has a history of patriotism, of sacrifice, of freedom and independence. So I tell those heads of government from here to stop acting against the sentiment of their peoples. The people of Latin America and the Caribbean do not want war. The people of Latin America and the Caribbean want peace. We are ready, willing to respond to any aggression against the people of Venezuela, against its sovereignty, against its territorial integrity. And the Bolivarian military aviation knows that it must strike hard, wherever it must strike and overcome. And at the same time to have this threat in front of us, this imperialist threat that seeks to intimidate, frighten, terrify, break the fighting spirit of the people of Venezuela. The North American Empire knows and understands Venezuelan history. We do not need to come here to make historical speeches, nor to remind the world where we come from. That is there. History records it, and history reminds us of it every day. And history itself encourages us to have strength, fortitude, conscience, and clear principles. As our commander-in-chief said, independence and peace. Faced with this threat with truly outrageous narratives, built on lies, solely to come and seize the nation's wealth, solely to come and install here a puppet, a stooge, someone whose legs and spirit break easily. They did not manage it with Commander Hugo Chavez, nor have they managed it, nor will they manage it with President Nicolas Maduro. We are convinced, persuaded, and we know the moral strength of President Nicolas Maduro, who carries this homeland firmly in the midst of this threat. And in the midst of the threat we have prepared ourselves. We have not run away.
It wasn't just posturing. In recent weeks, satellite imagery has detected an unusual uptick in US military activity near the Caribbean Sea. Intensive reconnaissance flights, advanced naval deployments, and logistical preparations that raised more than a few eyebrows. Although the White House hasn't officially announced anything, all indicators suggest that Washington is seriously weighing field options against Nicolas Maduro's regime. But Venezuela wasn't just watching. Intelligence reports reveal that Venezuelan Su-30 Mk2 fighter jets began conducting intensified aerial patrols over the sea, participating in drills simulating direct engagements with US forces. At the heart of these preparations emerged the most dangerous card, the Russian-made Kh-31A missile, a nightmare Trump wants to keep far from operational range. Simply put, any US advance toward Venezuelan shores could trigger a strike that's nearly impossible to intercept. A lot of secrets and details are revealed in this episode, including the most dangerous weapons in Maduro's arsenal that Trump fears the most. Stay tuned. When Venezuela signed its deal with Russia in 2006 to acquire 24 Su-30 Mk2 fighter jets, the goal wasn't just to replace outdated aircraft. It was to build an air force capable of deterring any foreign threat, even from the world's most powerful navy. The first jets arrived in late 2006, followed by the full batch over the next 2 years. The aircraft quickly became the backbone of Venezuela's air force. The deal came at a time when the US was pressuring Caracas with sanctions and restrictions on American spare parts, prompting Maduro and his predecessor Chavez to bet on Russia instead of the West. The Su-30 Mk2 Venezuela received is a multi-role, twin-seat, twin-engine variant with long-range and strong combat capabilities against both aerial and surface targets. Powered by two AL-31F engines, it can reach speeds exceeding Mach 2 and maintain high maneuverability even under heavy combat load. It carries 12 hardpoints capable of supporting up to 8 tons of mixed ordnance, from air-to-air missiles to guided bombs and anti-ship weapons. Its radar, an upgraded version of Russia's N001 VEP, allows tracking of multiple targets simultaneously, with a detection range exceeding 100 kilometers against large aerial objects. The digital cockpit is designed for effective coordination between pilot and co-pilot during extended missions, making it ideal for Caribbean patrol and rapid response operations. And today, nearly 2 decades later, the Su-30 Mk2 still represents the core of Venezuela's air deterrent strategy and the platform that sends the clearest message: Venezuela will not only fight on land, but also from the sky. Ka-31, the Russian spear over Caribbean waters. In a region saturated with US naval radars, any successful strike requires a weapon that outruns warning systems and hits before defenses can respond. Enter the Kh-31A, a Russian-made air-to-ship missile designed to pierce layered naval defenses and turn even a US destroyer into an exposed target, even if accompanied by the latest early warning systems. Its range varies between 110 and 160 kilometers, depending on payload and launch conditions, and it flies at speeds over Mach 3.2, more than 3 times the speed of sound. That gives enemy defenses mere seconds to react. Once launched from a Su-30, the Kh-31A descends toward the sea surface, skimming flat across the water to evade radar, before suddenly climbing in its terminal phase, diving onto the target from above, where US destroyers are least protected. Its warhead may only weigh around 90 kilograms, but its sheer speed transforms it into a kinetic spear capable of destroying a command bridge or missile system with a single hit. But its most lethal trait isn't just its destructive power, it's the tactic. A single Su-30 Mk2 flying low and launching this missile from outside the range of US fleet defenses can change the course of an entire naval engagement before it begins. What makes it even more complex for the Americans is that the missile isn't just meant for ships. It can also be retargeted toward ground radars, command centers, and even AWACS aircraft, if they're within reach. Thus, any US naval or air buildup near Venezuelan waters is under constant threat. Destroyers could be directly penetrated. Early warning aircraft could be silenced. Any US air campaign might start from a weaker position. That's why the war zone described the KH-31A as a serious operational threat to any US naval presence in the Caribbean, especially in an asymmetric combat environment. And inside the Pentagon, the whispers behind closed doors are even more revealing. Trump's fear isn't just about sinking, it's about getting hit from a place that was never on the map. The dark side of Maduro Iron Wing. Despite the powerful image projected by the Su-30 Mk2 and the KH-31A missile, the operational reality reveals several vulnerabilities that can't be ignored. The Venezuelan Su-30S belonged to an older flanker generation, lacking some of the advanced radar systems and modern avionics found in newer versions like the Su-30SM or Su-35. This limits their performance in high-threat air environments, especially against fifth-generation fighters. Maintenance and combat readiness levels are also less than ideal, due to reliance on AL-31F engines, which require frequent servicing and have a historically low reliable operating time, with safe operation often not exceeding 500 flight hours before overhaul. As for the KH-31A, despite its hypersonic velocity, its base variant, according to some estimates, may only reach 70 to 110 kilometers in effective range, forcing the aircraft to fly closer and increasing the risk of detection. Moreover, if these missiles face modern US missile defense systems, the outcome is far from guaranteed, especially if the ships are equipped with triple-layered radar systems and AWACS coverage. In other words, the strike could be devastating, but it's not without risk. It might require more than one aircraft and more than one missile to ensure real impact. And now the question is for you, dear viewer. Will Trump's Caribbean gamble end with a Venezuelan missile sinking the first American warship? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
The U.S. military is continuing its build-up on forces near Venezuela ahead of potential military action in the coming days. As Christian Benavides reports, the president's feud with his former ally, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is intensifying.
America's largest aircraft carrier, the Ford, and other U.S. forces have moved within striking distance of Venezuela. This buildup of U.S. military forces comes as sources tell CBS News the Pentagon is preparing for military action in Venezuela. The president was asked about Venezuela Friday night.
I sort of made up my mind, yeah. I mean, I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made up my mind.
And here's what he told Nora O'Donnell on 60 Minutes last week.
On Venezuela in particular, are Maduro's days as president numbered?
I would say, yeah, I think so.
And this issue of potential land strikes in Venezuela, is that true?
I don't tell you that. I mean, I'm not saying it's true or untrue.
What if the Caribbean Sea became a no-go zone for the U.S. Navy? Not because of pirates or some monster hurricane, but because of an invisible fortress built right on America's doorstep. For years, the Pentagon has watched Venezuela, a nation sitting on the world's largest oil reserves, drift deeper into the orbit of America's rivals. But now, the worry is shifting from political handshakes to something far more concrete: military hardware. A nightmare scenario is taking shape, one where advanced Chinese technology could plug into Venezuela's existing defenses, creating a network designed for one purpose: to deny the United States access to its own backyard. This isn't just about a few new toys. It's about a potential shift in the entire balance of power in the Western Hemisphere. Tensions have definitely been rising, with the U.S. deploying major naval assets like the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Caribbean. But the real fear isn't what's happening in plain sight. It's in the quiet, unconfirmed reports of tech transfers that could give Venezuela a punch it's never had before. This fear is a cocktail of three things: Venezuela's critical location, its existing arsenal of Russian gear, and the game-changing power of China's newest defense systems. This isn't a story about a war happening now, but about the invisible arms race that could define American naval strategy for the next decade. To really get the threat, you have to look at what's already on the ground. For over a decade, Venezuela has been a loyal customer of Russia's arms industry. The result is a layered air defense network that, at least on paper, is one of the most formidable in Latin America. The top layer of this shield is the long-range S-300VM system, a mobile surface-to-air missile platform designed to swat down aircraft, cruise missiles, and even some ballistic threats from a serious distance. Supporting the S-300 are medium-range systems like the Buck M2E and shorter-range defenses like the Tor M1 and Panzer S1. Together, they create overlapping bubbles of protection for critical sites. Venezuela also flies a fleet of Russian-made Su-30 Mk2 fighter jets, potent aircraft armed with air-to-air and anti-ship missiles that would be the first line of defense. But here's the catch: owning the hardware and making it work are two totally different things. For years, analysts have pointed to huge problems within the Venezuelan military. Recent reports from mid-2025 suggest a staggering number of the country's surveillance radars are out of service because they can't get spare parts. The readiness of its fighter fleet is questionable at best. As one former Southcom commander put it, Venezuela's air defenses have long been seen as older, untested, and poorly maintained. So, while Venezuela has the pieces of a powerful defense system, it's always lacked the glue to hold them together. And that's exactly why the prospect of Chinese involvement is so terrifying. The single biggest game changer China could bring to the table is its advanced radar technology. The weak link in any air defense network is seeing what's coming, especially when you're dealing with stealth aircraft like the F-22 Raptor or F-35 Lightning II. These jets are designed to be ghosts to conventional radar. But what if that ghost suddenly became visible? This is the fear swirling around Chinese-made radars like the JY-27. For years, there have been unconfirmed reports and speculation that Venezuela might be testing these systems. According to some of these claims, a JY-27 operating in the VHF band was able to detect an F-22 from hundreds of kilometers away. While these specific incidents are unproven, the technology is very real. China has been openly developing and exporting radars specifically designed to counter stealth. placing a radar like that in Venezuela would be profound. If Venezuela could reliably track U.S. stealth aircraft, the Pentagon's entire playbook would be thrown out the window. An F-35 pilot who thinks they're invisible could suddenly find themselves in the crosshairs of an S-300. The Caribbean would no longer be a friendly sky for U.S. air power. We know that President Maduro has officially asked China to speed up the delivery of radar systems to counter what he sees as U.S. threats. While there's no public proof that advanced systems like the JY-26 or JY-27 are actually working in Venezuela today, the request itself shows the intent. For U.S. naval planners, the fear is that a system they can't be sure is there might suddenly light up at the worst possible moment. Seeing the enemy is only half the battle. The other half is messing with their ability to fight back. This is the world of electronic warfare, or EW, and it's another area where Chinese tech could create a nightmare for the U.S. Navy. Modern military operations are completely dependent on the electromagnetic spectrum, GPS for navigation, data links for communication, and radars for guiding missiles. Chinese EW systems are designed to attack all of it. The worry is that Beijing could give Caracas powerful jammers capable of creating a bubble of electronic chaos over the Caribbean. These jammers could block GPS, throwing ships off course and smart bombs off target. They could sever the communication links that allow a carrier strike group to work as a team. U.S. drones, which are slaves to satellite links, could be turned into expensive paperweights. Then there's spoofing, a sneakier attack where you feed an enemy false GPS signals. Imagine a U.S. drone being told it's flying over one spot when it's actually miles away, or a warship's navigation system being silently corrupted. In late 2025, reports surfaced that Venezuela was specifically asking its allies for GPS scramblers and passive detection equipment. It's unclear what, if anything, was delivered, but the shopping list shows a clear interest in these disruptive tools. And China, a world leader in this field, is the most likely store to buy from. The idea of facing a sophisticated electronic warfare threat this close to home is something that keeps U.S. military planners up at night. This web of potential threats is what's causing headaches at the Pentagon. And that brings us to the real nerve center of this whole operation. But before we dive into how artificial intelligence could fuse all these systems into one thinking brain, do us a favor and hit that subscribe button. You won't want to miss what's coming next. A single piece of gear, no matter how good, can be beaten. A truly scary defense network is one that's integrated, automated, and smart. The ultimate fear isn't just that China will sell Venezuela advanced radars and jammers, but that it will also provide the AI-powered command and control system to connect everything. This is the nervous system that could transform a messy collection of Russian and Chinese hardware into a seamless A2AD network. Picture this. A Chinese-made radar on the Venezuelan coast picks up a flight of U.S. stealth fighters. That data is instantly fed into an AI command system. The AI analyzes the threat, checks it against other sensors, and picks the best weapon for the job. It might order a Russian S-300 to fire while also telling a newly acquired Chinese J-10C fighter to intercept. All of this could happen in seconds, way faster than a human could react. This AI, brain, would make sure the right weapon hits the right target at the right time, making the whole network brutally efficient. This isn't science fiction, it's where modern warfare is headed. China is pouring money into AI and autonomous systems, and reports suggest Venezuela has actively sought Chinese help on tech projects, including artificial intelligence. While there's no open evidence that an AI-driven system like this is running in Venezuela now, the logic is undeniable. It would fix Venezuela's biggest weakness, its poorly integrated and maintained equipment. By providing the digital backbone to run it, China could turn Venezuela's mismatched arsenal into a cohesive threat, creating the very A2AD bubble the U.S. Navy is desperate to avoid. So, what does this all mean for the U.S. Navy? Let's be clear. The idea that China has already built an impenetrable fortress in Venezuela is a serious exaggeration. Most of these fears are about potential deployments and worst-case scenarios, not confirmed facts. Reports consistently highlight the awful state of Venezuela's current military hardware, with many of its systems likely not even working. But the strategic fear isn't about Venezuela's power today, it's about its potential tomorrow, with China's checkbook and technical support. The recent, though unconfirmed, talks for Venezuela to buy advanced J-10C fighters armed with long-range PL-15 missiles are a perfect example. An aircraft like that would dramatically upgrade Venezuela's air force overnight. The real concern is the trajectory, a combination of Venezuelan geography, Russian heavy metal, and the terrifying possibility of layering Chinese stealth-detecting radar, electronic warfare, and AI command and control on top. The US Navy isn't afraid of Venezuela. It's afraid of Venezuela becoming a platform for China to project its most advanced military tech into the Western Hemisphere. It's a porcupine strategy, making the country so prickly with defensive tech that any military action becomes unthinkably costly. For now, the US still holds overwhelming military superiority. But in the quiet halls of the Pentagon, planners are looking at the Caribbean and seeing the faint outline of a future threat they simply cannot afford to ignore. The great power competition.
In a significant escalation of its global military footprint, Russia has established a secret ammunition manufacturing facility in Venezuela, producing cartridges primarily for Kalashnikov rifles. This development isn't just an industrial project, but a strategic maneuver that threatens to reshape power dynamics in the Western Hemisphere. By situating a military-industrial base firmly on the American continent, Russia signals its intent to assert influence and challenge U.S. dominance, leveraging Venezuela's geopolitical position despite intense economic and diplomatic pressures. In minutes ahead, we will explore Russia's motives behind this factory, the geopolitical fallout, the new regional security calculus it imposes, and the broader implications for hemispheric stability and U.S.-Russia relations. Stay tuned. Russia's strategic motives for building an ammunition factory in Venezuela are multifaceted and rooted in long-term military and political goals. The ammunition plant established by Rostec in Maracay, Aragua state consists of 4 production lines activated during its first operational phase, while the remaining lines manufactured tracer rounds and blank cartridges. Construction of the facility is progressing according to plan, with the capacity to produce up to 70 million rounds. According to reporting, 2 of these lines are dedicated to producing 7.62 by 39 mm steel core cartridges. This caliber is a staple for Kalashnikov assault rifles, already manufactured locally under Russian license since 2006. Each production line is capable of generating tens of thousands of rounds per shift, as stated by Rostec. Test runs conducted at the facility's integrated test station have confirmed that the cartridges meet the expected technical and quality standards. Beyond the core manufacturing lines, the factory includes several supporting structures crucial for sustained operation. These include a waste management facility, storage buildings for ammunition components, and a 210-meter firing range specifically used for tracer round testing. The site is also equipped with a fire suppression reservoir and additional auxiliary buildings. Although the initial phase operates 4 lines, Rostec has announced plans to expand the plant into a full-cycle production facility, covering every stage from case fabrication and propellant preparation to cartridge assembly, loading, and sealing. This venture allows Russia to circumvent Western sanctions, targeting its arms exports and production capabilities. Also, this proximity allows Moscow to rapidly supply Venezuelan armed forces with ammunition and potentially advanced drone technology. Such capabilities can shift the balance in local conflicts and complicate U.S. defense planning. Moreover, this facility also serves as a testing ground for Russian weapon systems in a strategically sensitive area. This offers Moscow valuable intelligence and operational experience. Back then, since the Chavez era, Venezuela and Russia have signed military cooperation agreements estimated at over $11 billion in total value. These agreements include large-scale procurement of Russian weapon systems and long-term industrial cooperation. Venezuela purchased more than 100,000 AK-103 rifles, along with a licensed production agreement signed in 2006, allowing Kavim to assemble the rifles domestically. The country also acquired 24 Su-30 Mk-2 fighter jets between 2006 and 2012, representing one of the largest Russian combat aircraft purchases in Latin America. Also adding to fixed-wing platforms, Venezuela procured a range of helicopters, including Mi-17 transport helicopters, Mi-35 attack helicopters, and Mi-26 heavy-lift helicopters. The procurement portfolio further includes the S-300VM air defense system, which significantly expanded Venezuela's long-range air defense capability and remains one of the most advanced systems deployed in the region. By embedding military production on Venezuelan soil, Russia secures a forward presence in the Americas one step ahead. Now Moscow enables sustained support for its regional allies' military and enhances its capacity to project power close to U.S. borders. Moreover, Russia's partnership with Venezuela serves broader economic interests, including access to the country's vast oil reserves, intertwining military cooperation with energy diplomacy. But what does this secret factory mean for the balance of power in a region long dominated by U.S. influence? The broader implications of this secret factory extend beyond immediate military considerations. By establishing a permanent military-industrial footprint in the Americas, Russia is signaling its intent to operate freely within a region long considered an exclusive sphere of U.S. influence. The geopolitical fallout from this clandestine factory is profound and has intensified Russia-US tensions in a region historically dominated by American influence. Venezuela's chronic economic instability and ongoing humanitarian crisis have made it a vulnerable yet strategically valuable partner for Russia. The factory symbolizes Moscow's determination to deepen its foothold in Latin America, challenging U.S. efforts to isolate Caracas through sanctions and diplomatic pressure. For Venezuela, the factory enhances defense autonomy and strengthens its alliance with Moscow, allowing Caracas to resist external pressures more effectively. For the United States, this facility represents a strategic vulnerability that demands careful monitoring, intelligence gathering, and contingency planning. The new reality may force Washington to rethink traditional approaches to hemispheric security and prepare for a prolonged strategic competition with Russia in its own backyard. In response, the United States has increased its naval presence in the Caribbean, enhanced intelligence operations, and maintained diplomatic sanctions aimed at curtailing Moscow's activities. This triangular contest elevates Venezuela from a peripheral player to a critical flashpoint in U.S.-Russia relations. Neighboring countries are increasingly wary of rising militarization, complicating traditional diplomatic engagements and raising regional apprehension. As the Americas confront a shifting security landscape, Russia's expanding military partnership with Venezuela stands as one of the most consequential developments in the region. With billions of dollars in defense contracts, licensed rifle production, advanced air defense systems, and long-term industrial cooperation, Moscow has embedded itself deeply within Venezuela's military structure. So, what are your thoughts on this? Share it below. Until then, thanks for watching.
Coffin. Follow me.